that whirlwind of avoidance, right? In that that sense of suffering, you know, that backpack, that proverbial backpack that I always talk about with, when I did my podcast, just putting the backpack down. Like, why are you carrying the suffering? Why are you carrying the fear? Why are you carrying, all of the things that life is thrown at you and is shit? Like, why are you carrying on to the shit? Let the shit go and move on because it's stinky and nobody wants it. Just move on, But it's like I'm tied to the shit. I want to be in the shit. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm tied to the past, and it's and I know I'm kind of going on a tangent, but it's just having that clarity. I think that you're able, to see that you can avoid. It's all about just staying in flow. And I think going back to that, when you're in flow, for me, life just moves so much easier. Yeah, yeah. Well, you've said a couple things that I want to come back to, if I may, that I think are really important. So I want to put a little spotlight on them. And one is you talked about taking off that backpack, and I think we all have pretty much a constant set of issues, whether they're new ones or they're old ones from childhood. And we have a constant set of fears, whether it feels like we're born with them, like they're a genetic, sometimes there's a genetic, component to a fear of heights, for instance, or whether it's something we're just in a position that we're fearing, like your friend getting out of an abusive relationship. And when we are willing to just meet the fear and we're maybe not even ready to take the backpack off.
The backpack.
Like windmills exist, like they do okay, but again, like what is the?
I mean, let's go down to Palm Springs. I was in Palm Springs last week on
like
business.
What is the disposal of this technology look like?
Ben, I'll mention it quickly. There's a YouTube channel called The Chill Financial Historian, and in one of his videos he talks about how France escaped all the problems that Germany and other Western European countries are having now with energy, because like 20, 25 years ago, they invested heavily in nuclear power plants, and they're upgrading them now. But France is independent. The problem we have, look, I like the Jews. I want the society of the future where we have, Star Trek, there's an abundance of energy. The problem is 30, 40 years ago, nuclear power was coming into its own, and we had the movie, The China Syndrome. The left completely destroyed any chance of nuclear power in this country. If you want all electric vehicles, you've got to have the infrastructure. You've got to have the power source that can fund that. And nuclear is the way to go.
It has
right
to.
Now,
it has to be. And I'm glad you brought that up, Alan. I really am.
Yeah. Well,
That's
let me land with this then. Right now in California, all of the energy that is being used to fund all of the Teslas in Southern California comes from natural gas and fossil sources. I don't know what percentage the windmills are, but I am sure it is minimal. You're just transferring, it's a different ranking of an energy transfer that you're using. It is not efficient.
I agree.
It isn't going to work.
I agree, and I'm so glad you brought up nuclear, because if you want to know if it's about climate change, or I'm a conservative, but I like to conserve. Like, I like to recreate and be out in nature. Like, I want to keep nature for future generations. Like, I really do. I'm actually quite lots of things I disagree with the Trump administration on environmental policy. environmental policies wrong, quite frankly. But with that being said, if we want to have those conversations about conserving our nature and conserving, like this shouldn't be a left versus right issue. The answer has to be nuclear power. Like we should be investing up to wazoo in nuclear power. I don't think that the answer is solar. I don't think that the answer is wind. I think that there's a place for it. I think hydro is good as well. Especially here in the Northeast where we have crazy tides and stuff, where like you can, there's been companies that have invested in doing wind turbines under the water and that kind of thing to harness the powers of the tide, that kind of thing. I think that all of that stuff is wonderful, but it has to come. The primary driving force of this has to be nuclear power. It is the cleanest, it is the most efficient source of power, it is the safest form of power known to mankind.
A genius breakfast trick everyone should know.
Amari, not to put you on the spot, but
I'm going to start by slicing 150
keys in this. Aren't you in the process of getting some stuff done there?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
And the solar?
Just energy in general. I thought maybe you were
Oh.
Remember? No?
Oh, yeah, but I mean, not right now, though.
Oh, is that right? Some things are changed or something, okay?
Yeah, I'm doing other stuff now, but.
Only reason I said that is I didn't know what you thought of
And the solar?
solutions for this, but yeah.
I like, so for me, I do like what I see, like coming from places that are doing microgrids. It's just so expensive. I like what they're doing at 3 Mile Island with a company with Microsoft. I like that. And so there's things that they can do. Elon Musk was.
Okay, this is your morning meditation. Good morning, Marion. Welcome to your morning meditation, Marion.
Bornless ritual. Thee I invoke the Bornless One, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens, thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light.
Guys, let's make a lasagna.
Thou art Esau or Nephi, who no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Yahweh, thou art Eon, Apophras Ra. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am Anchaf the consul, thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of heaven. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of the tongue, Apophras Ra. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of heaven. Hear me. Arein, Theos, Raibet, Atheli, Berset, Velathan, Abeu, Abeu, Vithita, so A, Ebe, Theaof. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of woody air and of rushing fire, and every scourge of God may be obedient unto me. invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. Go, 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 so thou, Dori, the formless one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me, Mario Dom, Babylon Balbin Abaf, Asalo 9, Arfen Eof, E, Proteth, Abra Sax, R-A-O-O-U, Ishure, mighty and bornless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Ma Bara E-O, E-O-L, Ko-Thar, Asori Balo, Abraf. Hear me, make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Isaac. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. E-A-O-U, He-U-Ray, E-O-U, He-U-Ray, E-Oft, E-R-A-O, E-O-O-U, R-Sucks, Sa-We-I'm, O-O-O, Adonai, A-Day, A-Do, Angelos Tontheon, Alala Lai, Ga-E-R, I-Pay, Diathana Thoron. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O, Sa-Ba-O. Such are the words.
Now, today, we are living in an age which is quite peculiar, because in the world of science, there are no longer any secrets. Because
The bornless ritual. Thee I invoke, the bornless one, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens.
I'm Lon Duquette, and I have just a few thoughts.
The Kabbalistic cross. Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller and taller. You are as big as the house, still growing and growing. Bigger and bigger. The earth is getting smaller. Your head is now above the clouds, towering among the stars. The earth, a small, revolving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Imagine and visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. With it, bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Atto.
Atto.
Which means thou art. The hand is now brought straight down to the region of the solar plexus, and with it sends a great shaft of pure white light encompassing your now enormous astral body. As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth. Malkuth. Meaning the kingdom. Visualize and feel this brilliant ray or shaft of pure light which has descended from above and encompasses your tremendous astral body. touch the right shoulder. With this tap, a sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder, in tone of the word Vagabura.
Vagabura.
Which means, and the power. Move your right hand across your body and imagine that from this right sphere of light extends a beam of scintillating light, penetrating the chest and continuing through and just beyond the left shoulder. And at this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagadula. Vagadula. Which means, and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light. Now clasp your hands in a praying position on your chest, with both arms and elbows raised, to be encompassed in the horizontal beam of light. Vibrate the final word, La'ola. Amen. Meaning forever. Amen. Face the east. For the ceremonial instrument, you may use a stick of incense, a ritual dagger, or the pointed index finger of your right hand. Inscribed in the air before you, a large, vanishing pentagram. That means, with your ritual instrument in your right hand, start at the lower left-hand point of the pentagram, opposite and outside your left hip. The hand is moved to the uppermost point of the pentagram, which is pictured in front of and just above your forehead. Continue tracing downwards to outside and opposite the right hip. Now move upwards diagonally to outside and opposite the left shoulder. Horizontally across your body to a point and outside your right shoulder. And complete the pentagram by moving down to the starting point opposite your left hip. As your hand moves, visualize a beautiful blue flame which follows the point of the dagger as it inscribes the five-pointed star. When the pentagram has been completely traced, thrust the point of the dagger to the center of the pentagram, vibrating the deity name. Yod-Heh Vav-Heh. Imagining that your voice carries forward to the end of the universe. With dagger still extended, turn in place or circumambulate to your right, to the south, and make a vanishing pentagram. That is, starting from the lower left and moving to the upper center. And with the central thrust of the dagger, vibrate the deity name. Adonai. Each pentagram remains a flame and is connected with the continuous circle being traced by the extended dagger. Turn or move to the west. With arm and dagger extended, make the same type of pentagram as before. As you once again score the dagger in the center of the star, vibrate the God name. Now turn to the north. Dagger extended. Make the same type of pentagram. And upon completion, thrust the dagger in the center of the star and vibrate the deity name. Agala. With arm and dagger still pointed, return to the east. Complete your circle of flame by bringing the point of your dagger to the center of the first pentagram. Pause a moment. Imagine, and above all realize, you are standing in a flaming circle with beautiful fiery pentagrams in each quadrant. Facing the east, with arms outstretched in the form of a cross, say and vibrate before me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. At my right hand, Michael. At my left hand, Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram, and in the column stands the six-rayed star. Follow the above pentagram ritual, once again using the Kabbalistic cross as before.
Is it Kitover?
Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller. The earth is getting smaller. A small, revolving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. Bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Atha.
I advocate you having.
Atha.
What is that you're doing? What is that? I think it's especially nice to be able to help
The
other
hand
people
is
support
now
those
brought
themselves.
straight down
Science
to the
and
region of the solar
mathematics
plexus.
is the bedrock of our civilization.
As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth.
What is that you're doing?
Malkuth. Visualize the brilliant shaft of pure light from above and touch the right shoulder. A sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder, in tone of the word Vagabura. Vagabura, which means and the power. Move your right hand across your body. At this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagadula. Vagadula, which means and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light.
And the Negro can prove to the white man
Now
that he
clasp your hands with both arms and elbows raised.
and the Negro can prove
Vibrate the final word, La'olam. La'olam.
The truck is the best thing happened ever to us. Because she believed
Forever.
the entire population of this Nordic magician that he is the magician of the highest order. That he is there in his irrational
The lesser
mind to
vanishing
create
ritual of
confusion
the
in
pentagram.
order that the human being can find new order. And you know it's not so stupid thinking about this in that way. It's completely turning things upside down. Because since Trump is around, things are changing.
Malkuth. Vagabura.
The Trump is the best thing happened.
Vagadula. La'olam. Amen.
happened. I sent President.
For me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. before me flames the pentagram. The column stands the six-rayed star.
Vagadula.
Amen.
Amen.
The Bornless Ritual. Thee I invoke the Bornless One, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens, thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light. Thou art Asa Arnepha, whom no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Yahweh. Thou art Ear, a Tophraswal. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am Alhaf the Konsu, thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of heaven. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of Ptah, Apophras Ra. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of heaven.
You won't die. The only reason people are I just think it's spooky. That whole thing in Genesis 3 is actually really weird.
Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of wood, air, and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. So thou the Formless One, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me, Ru Abrahi of Mario Dom, Babylon Balbin Abaf, Asalo 9, Arfen Eof, E, Poteth, Abra Sax, R-A-O-O-U, Ishure, mighty and formless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air Hear me. Take all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Afton, Afton, Thus on Isaac, Sabaoth. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. E-A-O-U, Hey-O-Way, E-O-U, Hey-O-Way, E-R, E-R-A-O, E-O-O-U, Abra-Sax, Sa-we-am, O-O, Oath, Oath, Adonai, A-Day, A-Do, Angelos Tontheon, Alala Lai, Ga-E-R, I-Pay, Diathana Thoron. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O, Sa-ba-O. Such are the words.
Hello?
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, on lasti, on Theta. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the God the furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onward to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the firmament. I travel on high. I tread upon the firmament of you. My ways are flashing flame with the lightning of mine eyes, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified bar, giving my light to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tower when he created his world. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, why whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished the changeless guardian of thy heat. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of the burning air and of the rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God
It's the end of the mystery. I listen, do is a very internal, is an external, what's going on here? I'm looking at him, I'm looking away, I mean, what's going on? Robert didn't say a word. He just stared at me. That very serious, focused, deadly, he just might kill you any second type of stare. Okay, fair enough, there's nothing like you to hit me. That was the fulfillment you wanted, was that stare, that look, that thing. You come off like that, and you just like that. And you realize that he wasn't there anymore. He was somewhere else. Motherfuckers. It's the end of the mystery. And how do you see this? I mean, is it?
Relaxation. It is important that all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. At the root of all systems, metaphysical or occult, relaxation of physical and mental tension is considered a prerequisite. Unfortunately, most systems contain only a rudimentary technique inadequately developed for the use of the new student or beginner, without any assurance that it will produce results. I want to present a time-honored viewpoint that is repeatedly confirmed with usage of the newer scientific techniques of biofeedback. First of all, the student is to lie down on his back on any hard surface, or on a bed with a firm mattress, or on a table covered by a thick blanket. A well-carpeted floor has been known to be most satisfactory. For some, a small cushion is permitted for the head. The basic idea is to let the hard surface support the body. Too often, when lying down, we remain fully tensed when we should permit the muscles to loosen up altogether. Thus, we support our bodies with much too much tonicity, instead of letting the hard surface do the supporting for us. He must give himself wholly up to it. A few deep sighs will prove of inestimable value. It should engineer some rudimentary relaxation of the diaphragm, the big muscle separating the chest from the abdomen. What is proposed then is for the student to consider in his imagination every part of the body, from brain to the tips of the toes. No intricate knowledge of anatomy is really required. On the other hand, however, if the student has been taught the broad outlines relating to anatomy and physiology, he may find that knowledge useful. While lying on the back, a thick, large pillow should be slipped under the knees so that the knees are raised some few inches from the surface. This tends to induce a mechanical relaxation of the spinal muscles. Let him now cross one ankle over another, the heels resting on the hard surface, and fold the hands over the abdomen by interlacing the fingers. Consider the brain by visualizing it in the skull. Everyone has, at some time or other, seen diagrams of the cerebrum. Imagine now that the brain is a mass of white and grey nerve substance into a right and left hemisphere with a little bulb at the back. The entire surface of these structures is marked by numbers of lobes, convolutions, and depressions. Try to feel that this brain, normally white and grey in color, becomes pinkish in hue as you think of it. This visualization dilates the blood vessels in the head, automatically directing an increased blood supply there. This creates warmth over and above the normal amount, and this radiating outwards to surrounding structures produces a relaxation. Maintain this visualization long enough to become aware of some kind of sensation in the head, subjective sensations of warmth and tingling. Yet these are not wholly subjective. Biofeedback experiments indicate that the temperature of fingers or toes using this method may be increased by a degree or two. Relaxing the entire body thoroughly in this way will also be found a distinct stimulus to the maintenance and or recovery of perfect health. Imagine next that the blood, which has been warming and so relaxing the brain, pours downwards from the frontal portions of the brain into the forehead, the eyes, and the temples, dilating the blood vessels there. Go through a similar procedure as previously described until you obtain that characteristic sense of warmth, tingling, and relaxation. These are quite unmistakable, being the hallmarks of the induction of a local release of tension. Passing contemplation downward to the ears, reflecting also on the inner ear mechanisms, the cheeks of the face and the nose. Imagine the blood flowing there, bringing about a relaxation of muscular and blood vessel tension by reason of the warmth induced by the surplus of blood in that area. Pause long enough until the appropriate reactions and sensations are clearly noted. Meantime, should your attention wander away to the events of the day, don't get angry or irritable. Wait quietly for a few seconds and gently bring the attention back to the consideration of the area in question. The mind is bound to wander at the beginning of these exercises. It only requires some training and re-education. Bring the blood in your imagination to the lips, the mouth and gums of the teeth, the chin and the angle of the jaw. This procedure having been applied to the whole head, including the back of the head, you should pause for a little while to become completely aware of the sensations involved. Also note that the entire body should have begun to lose its grosser tensions. Since the brain is the nerve center of the whole psychosomatic organism, when it relaxes, so also will all other subsidiary parts. The neck is the next area to be considered. The student should visualize the windpipe with all its component parts, if he knows them by name, together with muscles and glands in the front, sides, and back of the neck. They should be imagined as turning pink due to the dilatation of the blood vessels that, holding more blood, are gently warmed by its heat and thus being coaxed into relaxing. As the tensions begin to loosen, pass the attention to the powerful muscles of the shoulders and shoulder joints. Pay great attention to these, for they are unusually tense in most modern people, the price we pay for the benefits and stresses of civilization. Let the attention slowly wander from the shoulders down the arm to the elbow, forearm, wrist, hand, and fingers, dwelling for a minute or so on each part. The sensation of warmth and tingling there, firmly telling each part to relax. Return in imagination once more to the shoulders. Visualize the entire chest cage. Within this cage are several large and important organs: the bronchial tubes, the lung, heart, large arteries and veins leading to and from them, and the diaphragm. Also make note of and feel the powerful rib muscles which aid the breathing function. Just make a simple picture of this cage and begin to feel that slowly the blood pours into every dilated artery, vein, and capillary. The muscular walls of these vessels relax, enabling them to convey larger quantities of blood than before. Because of this increased blood supply, a greater quantity is being generated in the chest, resulting in a generally diffused sense of relaxation. So far as the abdomen and pelvis are concerned, a similar technique is to be followed. Thinking of the large areas which include the individual organs that you know to be housed there. Feel the warm, descent of the blood and experience fully the sensation of aliveness that the consideration of those parts produces. As you practice, you will at first become increasingly conscious of each bodily segment, becoming aware of each separate organ, rather as one does of each tooth, if and when there is a toothache. This awareness is succeeded by a complete cessation of sensory awareness. The relaxed portion, formerly standing out so vividly in consciousness, will fade utterly from view. Eventually, consciousness of the body as a whole vanishes entirely, with a deep and abiding serenity and stillness resulting. Having completed the irrigation of the pelvic area, imagine the life stream of blood dividing into two powerful rivers, each sweeping down one hip and thigh. Consider the thigh as far down as the kneecap, in a manner similar to that applied to all other portions of the body, until you become aware of the warmth and relaxation of the heavy, thick muscles. Then pass downwards with the mind to the ankle, and finally to the tips of the toes. Become fully aware of each minute part of the body, becoming absolutely flooded by the bloodstream, which enables it to undergo this needed release from tension. The entire process from head to toe should take not less than a half an hour at first. More time would even be more satisfactory. As time goes on, less time may be necessary to induce relaxation, until finally the mere wish or thought to relax will spontaneously induce all muscles and tissues everywhere in the body to relax their chronic tension. Skill is the important factor, and skill is achieved solely by practice and constant repetition. In this way, a conditioned response may be built up with the almost instantaneous reaction that such reflexes have. Stand erect. Spread your feet slightly apart. Take a deep breath. Stretch and twist your body. Relax the muscles. Twist and stretch again. Relax. Exhale and let your body flop from the waist, dangling like a rag doll. Inhale and bring your body back into the upright position. Loose and relaxed, but upright. Exhale, let your body flop again. Inhale, coming up from the floor. Exhale, flopping forward. Inhale, up and relaxed. Exhale, flop like a rag doll. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. Wiggle your body, up and down like a snake. turn it loose as if it were boneless. Let go completely. Arms, head, neck and shoulders, all loose. No tension. Let us dedicate this work to an awareness of the ever-living God by using an ancient prayer. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. O nature, thou self from nothing, for what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. Lie down and make yourself comfortable. You are now ready to become more aware of your body. Breathe easily with the lips slightly open. Wiggle around for a moment to find that one position which is most comfortable for you. Now stay in it. Do not move from it in any way. From this moment forward, remain absolutely motionless. Make no voluntary muscular movement, not even a wiggle of the toe or the bending of a finger. Motionless. Now try to feel what is going on inside your body. Let your mind roam freely from head to toe and back again. Slowly, deliberately, methodically. Verbalize what you do feel. Speak out loud as though reporting your different sensations. You are attempting to do one thing and one thing only. Heighten your awareness of sensations inside your own body. may become conscious of an itching scalp. Leave it alone. In a moment or two, it should die down and then totally disappear. Your attention may be distracted by a muscular itch or a tingling somewhere. Whatever it is, think about it. Merely observe. Sensations in the different parts of the body will come and go without apparent rhyme or reason. Watch them. Become aware of your body as something you have lived with. And perhaps now, for the first time, you watch it let go and become soft and relaxed. Above all, make no judgments about what you observe. Merely notice. Don't criticize or reject any of these sensations. They may be comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise, but they are your own. Try to become keenly aware of all the sensations without trying to ignore them or to change them. Be aware of everything that is going on inside. This is the process, eventually leading to self-realization, the integration of the whole man. Sensations in different parts of the body will come and go. Watch them. Realize and study what you do feel. Let your mind roam freely without becoming fixated on any one part of your body. Make no judgments about what you observe. Make no effort to separate your mind, your awareness, from these bodily sensations. There may be a great temptation to think of something else to distract your mind from discomfort. Don't succumb to this. Just watch and observe. Concentrate only on what we are doing, watching and observing our body sensations. Don't criticize or reject any of the different sensations, comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise. They are your own. Accept them just as they are. You do nothing else but merely merely observe the rise and fall of sensation without attempting to modify whatever may occur. This practice heightens the function that is called self-recollection, mindfulness, and self-awareness. Experience what is going on inside your body. Become aware of what is happening. Observe the rise and fall of bodily and muscular sensations. Don't attempt to modify whatever sensory phenomena may occur. Verbalize. Express clearly what comes before your attention, your awareness, what you feel. Realize that you are becoming aware of your body. You are really trying to become aware of what it feels like. Let your mind move around. Don't try to restrain it or to fix it on any one area or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside, from head to toes. the time to really get the feel of your body. Become aware all the time, not just when it hurts or when there is a pain or an ache. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body. With one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. From the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like. Whether it is beginning to tingle or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free-floating entity, a free floating self. Now stretch and twist and enjoy the feeling of your body on the surface. Try and feel what it's like. Wiggle your body around. What sensations do you derive from this? They can be extraordinarily pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. Feel what your body is like as you move it, and as you finally let it at rest. Give thanks for whatever guidance you have received or progress made. Blessed be thou, Lord of the universe, for thy glory flows out to the ends of the universe, rejoicing.
Hi, John.
Express
Oh, how's
clearly
your
what
day?
comes before your attention.
Hi, John. How's your day? Free
Your
time?
awareness. What you feel.
Free time.
Realize that you are becoming aware of your body. You are really trying to become aware of what it feels like. Let your mind move around. Don't try to restrain it or to fix it on any one area or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside from head to toes. Take the time to really get the feel of your body. Become aware all the time, not just when it hurts or when there is a pain or an ache. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body. With one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. from the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like. Whether it is beginning to tingle or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free floating entity, a free floating self. Now stretch and twist and enjoy the feeling of your body on the surface. Try and feel what it's like. Wiggle your body around. What sensations do you derive from this? They can be extraordinarily pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. Feel what your body is like as you move it, and as you finally let it. Give thanks for whatever guidance you have received or progress made. Blessed be thou, Lord of the universe, for thy glory flows out to the ends of the universe, rejoicing.
ChatGPT, can I make money online with $0? Yes, you can.
I'm Lon Duquette, and I have just a few thoughts I'd like to share.
I can't believe there's people that exist, that breathe, that have reason, that believe that Whataburger is better than In-N-Out. It's a very serious problem. I've met one.
That our tax dollars are being used to give trans surgeries to illegals. I have 4 links that prove it. So basically what the Democrats are doing is they are saying if you are an illegal immigrant, if you snuck into America and you want your penis cut off, American taxpayers will pay $50,000 for it. And that, why are Democrats paying for trans surgery? Because the people who are most likely to vote Democrat are trans. If you actually survey trans people, more than 90% vote Democrat. So it is in the best interest of ML and the best interest of the Democratic Party to
Democrats want more immigrants in the country. If that's the case, why is it that during Biden's administration they deported more people than Trump did in his first administration?
It's just how they count the statistics.
Can't
We all
bank.
know they play.
Yeah.
Come on, Joe.
It is. Well,
No,
how come it simultaneously, if Biden deported the most illegals from coming into our country, or that were in our country, then how does he also have the most illegals that came into our country in the span of 4 years?
But how is that the game?
Yeah. So it's a net loss. Like what you're looking at it as. Well, you look at it as a net positive. I look at it as a net loss. So if he turned this many away from the border, let's say 30 million were trying to get in, and he only let 20 million in. But hell, he turned 10 million of them around and wouldn't let 10 million of them in. So look, he's tough on immigration, but he let 2/3 of them come into the country illegally. But we know it. They had an app set up. You can't deny that. This is what y'all leftists do: is you smudge the statistics for the you're clearly aligned with them. You caucus with them. It's no question. Okay. So it's clear that the agenda is just to overwhelm the right. And look, we got people on the right that go along with it for their own self-interest, or like cheap labor. Look, co-workers, they'll play both sides of the fence to get their cheap labor out of this. Walmart wants this because every little immigrant, every Jose needs a new pair of shoes, right? Come on. Self-interest. That's what people are actually driven.
No, I would agree with that. I think the Democrats are virtue signal about, talking about deportation being fascist. Essentially, they're
Because he knows how to win.
people. So I would agree with you that the Democrats are interested in self-interest. I mean, that's essentially what Biden did when he continued, construction of the border wall. But to me, though, my point is essentially, it still stands, is that if the Democrats were in favor of letting anybody come into the country, why would they deport so many people?
I can answer Necro respectfully because I do respect Necro, and I'll be very succinct. The reason why the Democrats deported illegals when elections, they wanted the campaign to say the border is not open. If the Democrats, and I'll answer Necro succinctly, if the Democrats knew that there would never be an election again, there would not be a single one deported. The Democrats today are constrained by the knowledge that the average voter doesn't want millions and millions of illegals to come in. And that's holding the Democrats back from what they really want. So that's your answer, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say. I mean, but I think really just the idea that, you know, they want to let people come in here legally, I think, you know, I mean, I'd like to know what that, you know, is suggested, because the fact that they have policy that don't disincentivize people to come here, I don't think that that's the same thing.
This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue, and I will be succinct.
Okay, I'm happy to pass the mic down.
So I've seen videos. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Run. It's already been. Hold on. Let me finish. It's already been run in Europe. That is ML's policy of letting violent migrants from the third world come in. It's been tested in Europe, and I'll post links. The overwhelming majority of gang rapes in Europe are committed by immigrants from the third world. The same immigrants that ML demands that America let in are committing mass gang rapes, and it's not in one country. It's in 10 different countries in Europe. So if anyone is honest and neutral and just Googles what do ML's policies do to a country, you don't have to speculate. You can see it, and I'll post a few links. I'm going to the audience. ML demands.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's been the suggestion that, you know, immigrants in Europe, one of the things is saying that there's been rising crime among them, but I think it's also been pointed out by Cato, the Cato, who's a libertarian think tank, which positively is immigration, but their studies have shown that. Now, I don't know if they're necessarily distinguishing between people who are here who are legally documented versus people who are not documented. But I mean, to me, it's like.
Try to be succinct, Necro. I'd like to go next. Try to be succinct.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I've got what I needed.
So I've seen videos over the past few days of Angela Merkel, former Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain. So we have Germany, we have Britain, as well as even the Italian Prime Minister now. But the Spanish Prime Minister just recently gave 500,000 African migrants basically amnesty. And it's because the Spanish people hate their leadership, because they are allowing these illegal migrants to come in for their votes. It's the same thing here in America. The Democrats want to destroy the country by allowing millions of more illegal alien refugees from all around the world to pour in to collect their votes. It is a scheme, it is a scam, it is a fraud, and Kash Patel, when he's finished drinking all his beers, partying all the time, maybe he'll do something about it and start arresting politicians. Until we start arresting criminal politicians, nothing will change. Nothing. We need arrests, and we need arrests this year. And Donald Trump has to take his eyes, his gaze, his power, and he needs to refocus within. We need to get to the root. We need to rip this tree up, and we need to chop its roots up, which is the Democrat Party. They are criminals, they are fraudsters, they are liars, they are thieves. And until we see arrests, we will never, ever be free of these parasites. These parasites are killing us. They are low IQ. They are weak. They are effeminate. They are brainwashed. They are suicidal. They hate our history. They hate themselves. And they are miserable, horrible, pathetic people who have no intelligence, no courage, no morality, no strength. And I say we crush them, we arrest them, we imprison them, and we put them through the trials and the courts. And if the Democrat judges don't agree and they release, well, then we arrest the Democrat judges. Our police must begin arresting Democrat judges who release murderers back into the streets to kill our people. We must arrest soon and now. We cannot wait. We need mass arrests in this country. I am complete.
How about the top 1%?
Yeah, overall, like, I would agree with the Democrats are mostly
And where's Alex Soros right now? He's in Spain with the Progressive Movement International Symposium. They call it the progressive movement. It's not progressive. It's murder. It's abortion. It's black tax reparation fraud. Tax for me. I got to pay you merely because of the historical conflict of mankind. It's a fraud. It's a hypnosis communication projection shoved down your throat of lies. And if you speak up, you're labeled racist. If you speak up, you're labeled xenophobic. And weak, effeminate men like Necro, who have had sexual intercourse with trans people, are part of the problem. This young man needs to become a man. Necro, go join the army. Go join the Marines. Go join the Navy. Do something with your lives. Be a patriot. Fight and resist this tyranny. These people are traitors. They're liars. They're low IQ. They are gay. They are effeminate. They are traitors. We need to imprison them. We need to arrest them. Their corruption, their frauds, their criminality ends. These teacher unions are RICO racketeering organizations. Guys like ML are effeminate, low IQ, and they are traitors. ML, you're the problem. Necro, you're the problem. All you people on this app that are basically on here wasting their lives creating propaganda content, you're the problem. I am complete.
Yeah, I think we should tell the people who are saying that we should go to other countries that they should be concerned.
Well, Lindsey Graham was actually a reserve in the Air Force.
Yeah, well, I think
but his ass was too
that's a
fat.
fact. So maybe he should, but he's okay with young people dying before he hits wars. So.
Yeah, I agree. We should put all the politicians in there.
Yeah, I mean, Lindsey Graham isn't like Newt Gingrich, and he's a chick.
What does he even do?
So what?
Who's that? Lindsey Graham. What he said is not very good.
I think that he should not be demanding.
He's towards a fight. So I wouldn't want anything around with the front lines. Trust me, I wouldn't.
Oh, you're going to go to the front lines, ML, and defend America? Yeah, right, ML. You'll be at the back of the line complaining like that's all you do. Lindsey Graham knows how to win. People don't like Lindsey Graham because he wins, and he wins, and he wins, and he wins, and he's unstoppable. And you got to respect the winning. Guys like ML say, oh, I won't fight in the front lines with Lindsey Graham. Yeah, right, ML. You won't be at the front lines. You'll be in the back of the line complaining like what you do on Clubhouse for years. You fucking complaining little cuck. You're a cuck complainer. You're a Democrat liar. You're a fraudster and a spinner. You are an effeminate, weak traitor. We don't respect you, and we should deport you. We should arrest you, and we should send you back to your mother country. Goodbye, ML. Puh.
What's your mother country? Because who doesn't represent the masses? That idiot that was talking there?
That too. That idiot. I agree with that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I especially think that he should not be led to the White House after he talked about invading other countries like Cuba to try to establish U.S. supremacy.
And we are, so like it or lump it.
Trump cannot fail us. He has to go within. He has to root out these Democrat criminal politicians in every major U.S. city by using the FBI and the local police. And if he has to deputize the police and make them federal employees because the city is going to fire them, so be it. We will create the largest federal criminal police network the world has ever seen, and we will mass deport all the illegal aliens. We won't allow one illegal alien in this fucking country, not one. You will be here with your legal papers. There's no, I got here, and then we're going to figure it out. No, 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 no. If you go to India, if you go to Russia, and you fuck around, you will be put in jail in a slave labor camp for 10 fucking years. In America, we give you housing, we give you credit card, we give you food, we give you daycare, we give you healthcare, we give you everything you need. But not anymore when Donald Trump realizes the scam and the fraud, and he's still funding it because he doesn't know how to cut off the money. Because the Democrat judges keep saying, no, 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 Donald Trump, it is already in legislation. We've got the money. We're taking the money. No, Donald Trump, deploy the police. Make arrests. Don't let these Democrat judges get away with it. Make warfare and lawfare your motto, your methodology to conquesting America, because we've been conquested by the liberal left woke progressives. This progressive movement is a fraud. It is a communist socialist scam to fuck the taxpayers. These people are liars and fraudsters, and until we use the police to make arrests, nothing will change. We have to advocate for the police making arrests of politicians, using the FBI and lawyers and judges to file RICO charges. These are criminal conspiracies and racketeering. We won't allow it. It's criminality. It's fraud. It's lying. It's scamming. Guys like ML, I won't go serve in the front line with Lindsey Graham. ML, you're a fucking complainer. Get in the back of the line, bitch.
So here's an example. I think Sean has me confused with Ann, because he keeps talking to Ann, and Ann is not talking at all. So the bias, the prejudice, go get it, girl. Or boy, I don't know.
We have a county treasurer here in Illinois. She stole $50 million from the county. How the fuck is that even possible? It's because there's nobody's watching. We don't have actuarial scientists, forensic accountants. We don't know what the fuck to do. Fraud is everywhere. And in Chicago, the mayor can take out $1 billion loan to pass it out to his nonprofit scam artist friends. It's all taxation under a different name. It's called the progressive movement is really just the we're going to tax you more movement. That's all it really is, folks. It's a fucking fraud. It's a scam. ML, get to the back of the line. Keep complaining.
Well, I'll start complaining when I'm not in the 37% tax bracket anymore. But I'm good. Your bitch ass is the one who's fucking complaining. You, from the price of gas, you're complaining about the price of gas right now. So shut up.
So tell me, ML, how does the individual taxpayer have control over the price of gas?
Yeah, I never mentioned gas once, folks. Note that. He brings up gas. I didn't bring it up. I said the progressive movement is a taxation movement. It's a scam and it's a fraud. Go ahead, ML. Complain about the gas price. Go ahead.
I don't complain about the gas price because guess what? I don't complain about groceries because guess what? I'm good.
Oh, and you know what's so amazing is the government butters your bread. You work in IT in the army or whatever the fuck you did, but you didn't start a business. The government made you wealthy. The government funded your adjusted gross income every year, you fucking complainer. The government did it for you. It wasn't your own hard work. It was a parasitic relationship. You are a parasite. Go back to the line and complain, bitch. You come in these good rooms and you take advantage of Ann and Matt Cool's goodwill. But ML, you're the worst of them. You're a double hypocrite and you're a parasite. Go back to the end of the line and complain, bitch. Like I said, ooh, I got a 6-figure income. I don't need to worry about my grocery prices. ML, if I was in charge, I'd have you arrested and deported back to your mother country because you're a parasite. And we're going to prevent all parasites from continuing to leach and draw the blood from our beautiful system. You're just a parasite, ML. Go to the back of the line and complain, bitch.
Virgin Islands, he's American.
Listen, I just cleared my lawn.
Dumb.
Hey, dumbass.
Go back to politically correct and agree with the echo chamber, ML. Go back to your safe space and politically correct with all your friends, ML. You're just a parasite, ML. Go back to politically correct and complain over there, bitch. Go complain over there, bitch. You're just a complaining bitch.
Dude, he admitted to being a parasite. Move on.
I know.
Yeah, the U.S. Virgin Islands have only been a territory for about 100 years. So.
It's more than 100 years. More than 100 years.
108 years.
No, we're not going to send him back to. That's not his mother country. It's some African place on the west coast of Africa. That's where we're going to send him back to.
So I don't know how you're going to take out the white. I don't know how you're going to take out the white blood in me.
No, but ML, we clearly have different political agendas, and that's ultimately what the immigration argument's really all about, is the political agenda. Would you agree?
No.
It's not really about how much crime illegals commit or don't commit. Right? You can say those statistics don't really play a factor in the debate about immigration. It's really about politics, right?
It's about votes. It's about who rules and runs and governs them, Mel. We don't want parasites like you ruling over us. We don't want trans social activists ruling over us. We don't want Democrat female criminal lawyers and abortionists ruling over us. We don't want black reparation tax socialist communists ruling over us, ML. That's why you gotta get to the back of the line with Lindsey Graham and keep complaining, bitch.
Yeah, hold on, Spartan. Look, ML, you have a lot to say, but when I ask you very direct questions, you don't have
I'm working. What was the question? I was away from my phone.
Oh, now you're too busy.
No, I was. That's why sometimes you guys don't hear me.
Making all that American money, right?
I am an American. Which kind of money do you want me to make? You want me to get paid in euros or pounds? What is it? Or what do you want me to get paid in?
Do you live in America and work in America?
He's from the U.S. Virgin Islands. He's an American.
Yeah, but it's not really a flex, though, to talk about how rich you are.
No, I said I'm not complaining about the price and shit, and I'm good.
Hold on, what's the cost of living?
Joe, he did the most, hey.
How much do you have to pay for your import tax when you actually have to bring stuff in? The cost of living in our territories is extremely expensive. I'm sure y'all have additional taxes or tariffs, just like Puerto Rico does. And, right?
Yes, they do import a lot of the stuff, but
it's super fucking expensive.
Hold on.
And I would have to guess that the U.S. Virgin Islands are just like Hawaii and Puerto Rico, that most of the money, that when you look at it from the countryside, like Hawaii, 4 out of $5 that goes to Hawaii is because of federal money. And I'm sure it's the same for U.S. Virgin Islands, that you don't really have that are making tons.
Serious? Do you know, hold on, Joe, this is when you guys call and you guys know what you're talking about. Do you know hold on, Joe. Hold on.
Virgin Islands don't get any federal funds.
Joe, we get more tourists to the Virgin Islands than I think
Hawaii. Hawaii has a lot of tourists.
Hold on.
4 out of $5. Hawaii wouldn't exist without the American influence.
That is bullshit, because Hawaii
That's real.
Have you ever lived in Hawaii?
Okay, so 4 out of $5 that go to Hawaii comes from federal funds. It's not from the tourism. It's not their largest industry. Federal assistance is their largest industry. Now, it comes through many different forms of federal assistance. A lot of it has to do with the money that goes to the military.
It's the military bases, man.
Same
Pearl Harbor,
Same with the people of Virgin Islands. And he doesn't dispute the point that Alistair was making about, yes, your little island would not be able to survive without federal assistance.
Can you be done? Okay, are you done? Okay, let me go now. The point you're making is that the net takers from the federal government are red states. Make that make sense. If you have such brilliant economic.
Oh, here we go again.
So hold on. If you look at the net takers.
It's the red states and it's the gasoline tax. Okay, 2 more complaints. Thank you, ML, for your submission. Wow. Incredible.
The point here is that, yes, I'm from New House. I don't leave the country, but I am going to retire back there. I go there often because this is home.
Not if I get elected. I'll make sure you can never go back. We'll send you back to West Africa. And we will strip you of your pension. We'll make sure you never collect another federal dollar the rest of your life, ML. You go back to politically correct and go join your socialist, communist infiltrators. Go ahead, ML. I can't go back to Europe because I'm indigenous, and I can tell by your accent you're not a native English speaker, ML. So take your lies and shove them up your ass, and maybe Lindsey Graham will come and felch them out your butthole. Oh, thank God El Normo's here. He can maybe talk some sense into you, ML, because you are so brainwashed, so brain rotted out. I fear that our government giving you even one more pension dollar. I know you got an ex-wife and she cleaned you out. That's the greatest justice. That's what I know, and that's what I like to see, is that when big mouth, big brain, stupid lying communist socialists and progressive faggots like yourself get cleaned out by their ex-wives, that's what really gives me joy in my heart. When I know that your retirement's fucked because your ex-wife got you by your balls. That's real justice, ML. That's real fucking justice. Your ex-wife has your balls in her mouth. Taking your pension, taking your income. Bitch, your wife owns your ass, and that gives me joy.
Maybe that's your situation, but my ex-wife don't get a dime from my pension because she makes enough money.
So really easy to look up. Hold on, Scar, hold on. Really easy to look up. So tourism only amounts for about 30% of the U.S. Virgin Islands GDP. Now, depending on certain years when more federal assistance has to be given, and certain times during disasters and stuff like that, federal money is upwards of 40% for the U.S. Virgin Islands. It makes up, almost a majority of the money that goes to the islands where you're allegedly.
Well, your ex-wife didn't get your pension, but she still got you by the balls. And I'm so happy your marriage fell apart because you're such a know-it-all. Your ex-wife eventually got annoyed with you. And she said, fuck it, it's not worth it. From my birth to my death, I don't want to live with this fucking know-it-all socialist communist parasite.
Hey, listen, do you even have a woman?
Oh, I got a lot of women, baby, and they ain't got me by the balls like your ex-wife got you by the balls. So you gotta come in these good rooms and waste people's time. I think you trying to get laid, actually, at the end of the day. You go into politically correct, you think because Patty or First Lady gonna give up that fat ass to you. Oh, I don't think I'm funny. I know I'm funny, and I'm glad your ex-wife ruined your fucking retirement, bitch.
Hi, what's up?
Was there something you wanted to talk about? I know that you requested to speak, so go ahead.
How are you doing?
Well, this is the President Trump discussion. Thanks everybody for coming. We're talking about Donald Trump, the greatest president who's ever lived in America. He's doing incredible things domestically. He's terraforming America, terraforming the world of all the criminals, all the terrorists, all the blackmailers, the schemers, the scammers from the past 60 years. He's rectifying history, and many people just don't like history rectified. I, for one, support Donald Trump wholeheartedly. I voted for him 3 times. God bless America. Hope every American here has the greatest weekend of their life. And on Monday, we will continue the greatest deportation operation the government of America has ever conducted. Again, it's Operation Deportation, Program Project Deportation. I am complete. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the discussion.
Since we're talking about statistics from the U.S. Virgin Islands, the largest employer of people that work in the U.S. Virgin Islands is the federal government. Near 30% on some years, the federal government is the largest employer for people that work there.
That makes sense. Well, why? Like, seriously.
We support a lot of these island territories and island
No,
states.
because guess what? You don't realize that in the Virgin Islands, you have, as a territory, the police force is mostly U.S. nationals. You have the Coast Guard. Then you have the military bases.
This strengthens my point that the U.S. Virgin Islands, the point was...
The federal government is the biggest employing majority states, and then if not for them, it's Walmart.
Not a majority of states. No, that's not true. These are particular to our island territories and our island states, like Hawaii.
So glad you asked
The greater point was they would not be able to survive economically without the federal government's assistance. Yeah, because they can't even afford, they don't have enough of their own economy to afford even having their own police force.
Let me know when Joe and Mel's ISO's over. I want to tell you something that I learned today. Go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, ML, I'll let you have the last word. Go ahead and argue why U.S. Virgin Islands is such a net benefit for America.
Introduce me, man. Come on now.
That's what you're gonna leave it on?
I
We said we have some amazing beaches to come and visit.
Come on. I don't want y'all to visit. Hey, I don't want when I'm relaxing. I don't want when I'm relaxing on the beach to run into an idiot like you guys. It will disrupt my paradise.
You could use that opportunity to really sell us on. And look, it is beautiful.
But we don't want people from the mainland moving down there.
No, they clearly want our money.
The sun glare.
We
The sun glare off our bodies.
There's no industry there. I mean, maybe some industry.
Listen, I am from the island of St. Croix, and we have like the 3rd or 4th largest oil refinery in the world, and for like 4 decades we have the biggest oil refinery in the world. And we also have an aluminum plant, Marie aluminum plant. What else? Because St. Croix doesn't have tourism. Only this tourism. Tourism is mostly St. Thomas and St. John's. If you guys really understood what happens in the territory. But
Share with us. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, that's a net positive. Having an oil refinery there.
And we have one of the biggest oil depots. When you talk about the petroleum reserve and all the oil we store, we have one of the biggest ones now in Higgins. Because all the oil that comes to America, they have some place to park it, they can't refine it, and they park it in St. Croix. What else?
Yeah, it's just a small blip on what Refinery Row in Louisiana and the east side of Texas does. Because that's where the largest bulk of production comes from.
Yes, we have the largest oil refinery in the world for 4 decades.
Largest on what type of, like...
So the largest amount of burners, the amount of the processing power, production. Yeah, we produce majority of America's jet fuel for 4 decades.
Jet fuel is very specific. Okay.
Because
I don't know that statistic.
Yes, for jet fuel, we produce majority of America's jet fuel.
Okay. Well, good. That's a good sales pitch.
And gasoline was the cheapest, has always been cheapest in the Virgin Islands.
Usually where it gets produced It is in Louisiana as well. It's one of the cheapest locations to buy because it's the transport cost, right?
Yes.
So, okay, there's some benefit. And now, what do y'all have to pay in excise tax for when you do imports?
You don't pay any. You see, the only rule is that America established a law that if you're gonna ship between two American states, you have to use an American flag ship. So basically, we pay more to transport goods from American mainland to Virgin Islands because we have to use an American flag carrier, which charges higher rates than say we would get the goods say from China or not.
Tell me this, what's the benefits tax-wise? Y'all don't have to pay the same federal tax rates that we do here in mainland.
It's the same. It's the same.
Exactly the same?
Exactly.
You don't have it. No, see, I figured it was like Puerto Rico. There's some benefits to live in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, there's correct. You don't fucking live in it, but he's talking to me.
Let's hear from Don.
Dog, go ahead, because you're from the Virgin Islands.
He's a moderator. No, he's a moderator.
Get the fuck up, dog. I said go.
Okay. Joe is correct. Very few people in the room know this. There's a tax break. If I bring my business to Puerto Rico, my taxes go all the way to 4%. You bring a new business to Puerto Rico, especially a professional services business, your federal taxes go to zero, your state taxes go to zero, your local taxes go to zero. You negotiate 4% income taxes, the best tax break available to an American citizen. So it's perfectly correct when Joe said he's suspicious that there are some tax benefits to an American moving to the Virgin Islands. I'm done speaking. Joe, if you disagree, let me know.
It's real easy for me to look up. I'll be right back.
We're talking about Virgin Islands. He's bringing about the we got the same tax structure.
Hey, I owe you an apology. I was doing stuff around the house. I didn't see you come in. I would have loved to have your take on the Heritage Foundation documentary. I was so excited when I discovered it yesterday, and then it's free this weekend, so I rushed to do a replay on it this morning. It's the story of Matt Lohmeyer. I had no idea. And apparently he wrote a book 44 or 5 years ago. Did you know about it, Dan, before I knew about it?
Yeah, it's an excellent documentary. Everyone, no matter what your politics are, when you watch the documentary, it's free for a couple of days.
So, let me see, I was posting it in the Telegram, and you don't want me to advertise for the Divided and Salt Telegram, do you? Because, well, well, so the pros are have more people in there to discuss ideas. The cons are the trolls will get in, and you're very protective of your property. So I'm just like, you're the landlord, I'm the manager of the property, so how are you, like you own it? So you think about it and let me know. Once you start letting me know, I can start advertising it. We have over 100 members in there, but like I said, you prefer quality over quantity, so whatever you
Thanks for that update. Moderators, put me back in the queue. This is Alistair. Thank you.
We can circle back on it, but I mean, my thoughts are like, you can advertise for it, and if any of them, are horrific, which, yeah, remove them.
Yeah. So it already has the Heritage Foundation documentary. Wait, hold on. Elon Musk tweeted about it. His post about it has 15 million impressions. Let me see what the Heritage Foundation post has 16 million views. And I get that John Kitover has an agenda and he wants the mic right now.
Oh, Monica, agenda. I just wanted to share a few thoughts. You don't have to say I have an agenda, Monica, but thanks for mentioning my name.
An ongoing topic of DEI and critical race theory in our military that people roasted and divisive and racist. I would love to have that conversation with people. The pastor who is segregating the black soldiers, inviting them to special book reviews for the opinion, trash logic, and alienating the white soldier needs to be known about. This is
Well, no, okay, so I'll respond succinctly. Anyone that understands the actions of America's enemies know that America's enemies want nothing more than to have us divided by race. And China and Iran, if you actually if you just go watch the TikToks that China and Iran are giving to our youth, China and Iran are teaching our youth to hate their fellow Americans who are of different races. And so when the U.S. military, and we have a military man here who could speak, when the U.S. military teaches American patriots of one race to hate American patriots of another race, they are serving America's enemies. So shame on everyone that did that. I'm done speaking.
I see the room. We're going in a new thread. I just want to finish up the U.S. Virgin Islands tax benefits that they do get, and then we go down a new thread. Look, it does. U.S. Virgin Islands do have generally a similar tax break as Puerto Rico does. However, they have one thing that's different, which they are very restrictive of mainlanders moving to U.S. Virgin Islands to make a business, but they can get tax breaks up to 90%. They can lower the personal tax rate down in some industries down to between 2 and 4% in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So ML's not being truthful when he says it's exactly the same. It's not. Yeah, it's not the same. They actually are. They're not working with the same laws and rules at the federal government tax rules that the rest of us mainland Americans are. And on top of that, they're very restrictive of us moving there to take advantage of their tax. Yeah, clearly. So the U.S. Virgin Islands gets to suck money out of America to play by different rules. But they don't have to allow, and they can restrict Americans from moving there as well to try and to access those extra benefits.
No, not only are you correct, but you're forgetting one thing. No, let me say this very succinctly, Joe, and then...
Yeah, because you're from the Virgin Islands.
No, ML. The other thing that you are dishonest about, ML, is the murder rate in the Virgin Islands. I just looked it up, and the murder rate on the Virgin Islands is more than 10 times as high as it's in the U.S. So you should be proud to be an American, but don't you dare be proud to be from that murderous place. I'm done speaking, ML.
So, listen.
Damn, bro.
So Joe, there is what you call, if you look at the mirror law, where we don't charge your rent. Yeah,
That's what I looked up.
Yes.
Why did you withhold that information when I first brought it up? Go ahead.
Because you just pay, you only pay state taxes. That's about the only thing depending on what state you're coming from. But if you're
Actually, it's the opposite. The federal tax that you pay goes directly to what y'all do pay goes to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Yes. That's what you're just saying. But it's identical. It's identical to the federal tax.
But it doesn't go to the federal government. It doesn't go into the general fund. Y'all suck money. The U.S. Virgin Islands sucks money out of the federal government. However, they don't pay it.
Yeah.
You know what's amazing? That's essentially ML's philosophy on life, and he's self-interested. I'd like to be put back in the queue. This is Alistair.
Let's hear it, Alistair. Follow up.
So I created a new house. It's called the Progressive Movement, and it's my opinion that it's just a tax scam because I'm witnessing it real time here live with our mayor in Chicago, who's going on television in a presser and saying we need to tax the racist white people a black tax for reparations. That tipping is connected to slavery when he doesn't even know that it's an acronym, which means to improve performance and service. You should be tipped if you got a great attitude and your customers like you. I recently got a phone call from a banker and he was screaming at me in the voicemail. And I've also come to the conclusion that I might be one of the most annoying people who have ever lived. And I hope one day to have patriotic children who will also become one of the most annoying people who have ever lived, because we need annoying people to question authority, think for ourselves, and stop letting people like ML fill your ears with his waste of time lies. These are all progressive movement lies. The progressive movement doesn't deal with our national deficit. The progressive movement doesn't deal with the fact that we're spending $7 trillion a year, collecting $5 trillion, and we have a $40 trillion mortgage with a $100 billion a month mortgage payment. I'm looking at this from a pragmatic American, patriotic, financial accountant, perspective, which is really, we need to talk about the books. Too many people want to talk about political identity politics and all this bullshit. It's a waste of time. Let's talk about the books, baby. The books is the truth, the math, as they like to say. And the truth is that at your birth and at your death, you'll question whether Clubhouse was worth it. To listen, to waste your time listening to guys like ML. I rest my case. I am complete.
Look, I gotta follow up. It's not surprising that ML is as progressive as he is. I mean, the U.S. Virgin Islands did not even become a territory until the famous, most progressive president we've ever had, Woodrow Wilson, accepted them into the Union. And now we find out how much of a tax burden they are on our country, how much benefits they actually they get from being part of our country where they don't pay into the general fund. However, they extract money out of the general fund. It makes sense where ML is coming from now. ML, do U.S. Virgin Island residents, do they have a Woodrow Wilson Day for him accepting y'all into the Union?
He's our favorite president.
He's our favorite president, exactly.
No, we don't have a Woodrow Wilson Day. We don't have a
progressivism.
He was joking.
Yeah, no, he's not joking. I mean, it might be tongue in cheek, but it makes a lot of sense why ML is so progressive, because he needs Daddy Washington to support him.
I don't know the Republicans. What do they have a role in this? If they're so mighty and high.
Trying to change the conversation, Spartan. We're clearly discussing U.S. Virgin Island politics right now, and ML made a big point about it.
Joe was kind enough to say that I wasn't a heritage American.
I still hold to that. You're not. You're like an adopted cousin in our family, and that's okay. You're part of our family. I'm not disputing that you're an American, but you don't share the same interests as I do. And there's a lot of reasons why you don't share the same interests. I mean, being raised in an island state or an island territory that extracts money that good-hearted, hard-working Americans pay into that we don't get to benefit from makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense when the most progressive president in the history of America is the one that actually adopted y'all into the Union. And look, I get it. If I was to sell it, when I asked you the question about sell it to us, which was good, economic, the reason what you should say is, look, it's a great strategic defensive position for America to hold that spot in that location because it allows us to defend the Gulf of America.
Well, we don't want to move it down. We don't want to move it down, especially your
Your tax situation wouldn't allow it. But you'll take my money. It's just not yeah, give it time.
I don't need my conversation to be held in here. I just didn't feel I really wanted, but I'm interested in people's takes on the Heritage Foundation. I know.
The Heritage Foundation.
Monica, I am also a fan of the Heritage Foundation, and that's where I learned about Thomas Massey before he became a congressman. And Thomas Massey has an excellent lecture about how corrupt and fiscally irresponsible the U.S. government is, and how they are completely infiltrated by special interest lobbyists, and also all the law breaking they do. And Thomas Massey is probably the only patriot we have. He's busy growing peaches on a self-sustainable farm at a house that he built by himself, because he's an MIT graduate and a goddamn genius. Meanwhile, we got a bunch of Maxine Waters. Nancy Pelosi's going around and just fucking ruining everything. I am complete. Thanks for letting me interrupt you, Monica. Sorry for imitating you, by the way, but I hope everybody gets a little comical relief and doesn't take things things so seriously here on Clubhouse, and we can't wait to watch the documentary, and then we can discuss it, and then we can also maybe watch a room with Jordan Peterson. Do you think we can listen to a Jordan Peterson film soon? I heard Jordan. Oh, she got a phone call.
Who's Jordan Peterson?
He's just the greatest philosopher that Canada has ever produced.
Hello? The greatest? I wouldn't say the greatest. I don't know.
We're talking about Canada here.
People.
Everybody is greatest, and that Trump's the greatest. Every mediocre person that runs in this circle is the greatest. I don't understand that about it.
I don't trust any of the government, anybody in the government. They all suck.
Are you enjoying the show, Matt?
Republicans suck. Everybody sucks.
Where you go?
No, this is live. I was just imitating Monica in a big room. What are you doing? Hello?
So you went into a live room and you were doing that?
Yeah, I'm still in the room. I'm on the stage on another account.
Oh, I see.
You know, they just opened up a big magic restaurant in Chicago downtown. If you want to go have dinner there, it's like $400.
Dude, that's like a drop in, that's so cheap.
It's an experience. It's like a 3-hour experience or something, and you go to all these different rooms. It's a mansion called the McCormick Mansion, and some wealthy, magician and former tech executive. I don't know who he is exactly, but looks pretty dope. People like magic, and I can tell by your PTR, you have power.
Magic isn't real.
It's basically, I think it's like a way to use your brain, prior to obviously computers and all that, but through literature or hieroglyphics, it's basically a way for people to do memory, information storage and communication transfer, prior to the advent of actual computer technology and storage. That's what, to me, when if I look at an ancient hieroglyphic from 2,000 years ago, and then we were.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's basically just information technology.
Yeah.
I used to work with this IT professional, in a business unit, and we were talking about IT, and then I was like thinking about intelligence, and I'm like, it's not really information technology. I'm like, it's intelligence technology.
That's valid. Yeah, that is the origin of all of our progress, isn't it? Somebody figured out how to store intelligence in some form.
So the question ultimately becomes, what's the best form of intelligence? Because if everything is basically an aesthetic of index, a bell-shaped curve of subject or object, if we look at intelligence and we look at it from the perspective of, let's say, brain science, we can start making hypotheses and experiments of what the topic is, which is intelligence.
Well, it is kind of evident that based on evolution, humans are optimized for intelligence. Right, that was the determining factor that allowed us to branch off of every other organism that we've ever seen. So
yeah. Well, in what ways do you think you've been optimized for intelligence, or in what ways do you think you have personally optimized yourself, for intelligence?
I have a statistical. I have a statistical edge in that I'm pretty good at quantifying variables. Large amounts of variables.
to predict futures. I thought that was a pretty common thing that all humans can do until I started interacting with other people and I realized that most people just work with what they got, but I am able to somehow go beyond what's given and come up with my own variables, make sense of them. You get me?
Yeah. What's interesting is intuition can process a tremendous amount of variables. And so, like, from like a trading perspective,
That's true.
yeah, in Wall Street and the stock market, you can make very, you can make intuitive decisions based off of like relative variables. So just like company A versus company B, and then the environment. So there's just like a way to compress so many variables in your observation that like even if you were to use like AI and software and huge data sets, it still might not give you the actual. It might give you the wrong answer. So that's why, as the primary user of the experience, your intuition is like a supercomputer, a quant, mathematical quant. I mean, you're basically, your super advanced AI, your 65 billion years of optimization. Hello?
I'm here.
So one thing that I like to do when I'm interviewed is to tell the camera or the possible listeners to take the deepest breath of the day. What do you think that means?
Deepest breath?
Yeah, take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9.
Isn't that a way to reset your limbic system?
Limbic system? What's the best pickup line you have at the bar, Matt?
Let me think. Let me get your opinion on something.
Yeah, okay. But how would you actually do it? Say there's a beautiful woman at the bar, you walk in, she looks at you, and you have to come up to her and hypnotize her. What would you say to her to immediately hypnotize her?
I'd say just that. I'd say, but before I even hit her with that line, I'd say something like, "Yeah, I gotta go in a minute, but before I do, let me get your opinion on something." Bam, hypnotized.
That is actually a very low quality suggestion. So hypnosis is just a series of suggestions, like Pavlovian suggestion.
That was a series of sessions.
It's not. That's
They went completely undetected in your system.
No. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that your side B of the CD, the side AC, the side of the ACD, the other side of that is, let me tell you. So if you walk up to her, you say, this is my opinion. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Because now you've like triggered like oh my God, what's this guy gonna ask me? Then the second suggestion would be, do you believe in hypnosis? And then she'll like maybe blush or look away or look you directly in the eyes. Maybe she'll be smart and funny and give you an interesting response. But then you follow up with, because you are hypnotizing me, you are so beautiful and mesmerizing. That's like a nice compliment. And it's a funny thing because, basically a woman is hypnosis. The curves, the movement, the eyelashes, the perfume, the makeup, the painting. They're art. Every woman is basically a magnificent piece of art. And yeah, so
The later half of your line is pretty strong, but the early half, I think that will get you turned off before you can deliver your real payload.
by saying, excuse me, can I ask you a question?
And then, do you believe in hypnosis? Yeah.
So do you think you should just come in close and say, excuse me, do you believe in hypnosis? Just get right to the
No.
point.
No, that would get you ignored as well.
Oh, so how would you present it? The way that you said it?
Yeah, I would combine mine with yours. I would combine my first part with your second part.
So wait, what is that? How does that go?
Hey, I gotta go in a second. Before I do, can I get your opinion on something? Do you believe in hypnosis? Because you're hypnotizing me. Something like that. Yeah.
Okay, let me try it. Excuse me, I gotta go. I only have a second, but can I ask you a question? Do you believe in hypnosis? Because you're hypnotizing me.
Right. Well, you gotta give them a chance to press what you're saying, right? If you just deliver it all like that. But the point is, if you meet a random girl or a random stranger and you tell them that you're gonna leave in a little bit, that will make them more receptive to what you're gonna say next.
But what is the point of telling them that you're going to leave in a little bit? See, that's why I go back to the question of intelligence, because
It's critical. That's the most critical part. In the setting that you're describing, women are approached by a series of dudes. And so, by telling them that you're going to leave in a little bit, that lets them know that if you turn out to be a creep, you're going to be gone anyways.
No.
So,
We're not trying to create a safe space. See, in my opinion,
I know we're not. However, that's how women process information. Women are constantly analyzing who's safe, who's not. And so by interjecting that you're going to leave in a second, that bypasses that defense mechanism.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll take. So, have you tried this in the real world? Because I'm going to try it tonight.
Oh yeah, I've tried that so many times.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And it works for you.
Like a charm.
Okay. So, what other suggestions do you have?
When I was in my early 20s, I studied pickup artistry.
And what's the compression? What did you learn? How did you implement it?
I remember bits and pieces now. I mean, I'd have to recall my library. Let me think. Can you ask me a question and then let me see what it'll trigger.
Peacocking and picking up through peacocking.
Right. So peacocking is a good one, but the purpose of peacocking, do you know what that is?
I think it's super stimulus. You're trying to like stand out in like a weird way intentionally to make the subject question. Like you're trying to like enhance your attractability by creating attention communication.
Yeah, that's fair. You're trying to stand out apart from the average Joe by doing one thing that's eccentric. It's not about going crazy. It's just about having something that sets you apart from everyone else, and that could be, one item. It doesn't have to be a whole outfit. It could be like one funny hat, or maybe even like a shiny belt or a badge on your chest. It could be anything. It could be a bow tie. Though, yeah, even a bow tie you can pull that off. But yeah, that's what peacocking really is about. So you go to the bar with this one thing and you put it somewhere visible. That'll set you apart. And then, I remember my favorite thing that I learned. There were five primal attraction triggers. And if you hit any one of them, you'll create attraction. The most basic one, everyone knows this one, is displaying that you have the potential to be an alpha. Just an alpha being like a leader, right? If you can display that you have the quality of a leader, and you can hit this trigger in so many different ways. So it's like when you meet the girl, when you hit him with that pickup line, and then you're delivering the hypnosis line. That interaction is your opportunity to deliver one of these 5 triggers, or as many of them as you can reasonably compress into like one interaction. And then, as you deliver them, you'll see in her body language the effect you're having. Oh, here's actually another one that's really good. So communication is 80% nonverbal. So while you're talking, how you move your body and how she moves your body is like under extreme scrutiny. Right? So when you walk up to her and you say, hey, I have to go in a second, but before I do, let me get your opinion on something. And you want to stand up straight, you don't want to be fully facing her, because that's too much. It's too much energy being poured in. You want to be facing a little bit to the side. Your face is turned towards her at like a 70-degree angle. And as you talk to her, you want to casually look around. Right? It's like there's so many things that add up into like one strong opener. And then if she's with a friend, if there's a cute girl you want to talk to, but she's with a friend, who do you talk to first, the friend or the cute girl?
This is like the worst seminar, but you know, it's got whatever.
Yeah, that happens a lot. You know, I have sometimes I put people to sleep. I have that monotone voice.
Well, I appreciate the things you said. You know, I saw a picture of Donald Trump's son, Eric Trump. He like was doing a downward pointed triangle with his hands, like, and taking a deep breath. And then his wife was like, "Stop doing that." And so I think it's like a sigil, but then somebody pointed out that that's like a common practice, you know, to like do like people that do, I guess, theater. So how do you view life in terms of like a performative perspective? How much of your success in life do you contribute to intuition, to education, or to performative, you know, disposition?
A large chunk of it, I'd say. Very large chunk of it. It is all performative. When we meet people, we perform our little song and dance, and if we do a good job, they'll like us, and you're enriched by their presence in your life. Isn't that how it goes? You could have the most amazing product that you invented, but if you can't present it in a way that people understand and like, nobody's gonna buy your shit, even though it would make their life better. They won't care. They don't want that from you. They want that from someone who makes them feel good, even if it's lesser quality. Unless they're very intelligent and they can overcome your inability to be entertaining. They can entertain themselves, and they don't care. I don't think very few is a species that people can overcome the need to have a dance monkey. It's not for 80% of the population. You know what I mean? Hey, Dennis. What's up, bud? We gotta talk, Dennis. I'm running out of space. Hey, you. You're listening, right? Oh, brother, how are you? We were discussing social dynamics. We went over how to create attraction. Talking about first impressions. How important are first impressions? I assume when you're muted here, you're talking to her, huh?
No, I'm just pinned a link to my YouTube live. FYI, I'm YouTube living because I believe that being alive today, the smartest way to be alive today is to be live on YouTube.
That's clever. Oh, here's a nice concept for you. DHV. Have you ever come across that?
Oh, our Vedic astrologer decided to leave us. Well, this is the universe. You're in it right now. And this is one of the things that I don't like about communication propaganda is that when we're told that we should have to have homelessness because it's just, mentally ill people with drug habits, but we can't provide housing from the elements to people that are dying in the streets, but yet we can actually shoot videos of robotic technology in outer space and put them on YouTube. I just got to say, there is no political will to do it because people are just too fucking greedy. And so, when Elon Musk owns the platform and he pushes the narrative with his propaganda, and so much of it is just to support SpaceX and Tesla, and his narrative for those corporations. To me, it's just. We got a bull rush happening here. Dennis, can you tell us how you're feeling right now? You feel like a raging bull. What does it feel like? What does a raging bull do? Uh-oh. Dennis had to go run off. Must have seen a mating partner. And so what I'm trying to say is, wait, Matt, have you ever played darts?
Yeah.
So when you throw that dart and you hit a bull's eye, that gives you an X. It was interesting, you were talking about alpha. If you have to demonstrate an alpha principle to the subject. If you look into astrology, I actually have a telescope, and this morning I was looking through the instruction manual on astrology. And anyways, fascinating topic because the metaphors and the analogies through actual astrology, not just the spiritual astrology, but it's all right there in the cosmos. If you want to become the most astute, magnetizing person, your communication should be astrological. And so my approach with the subject is always to break the physical barrier as soon as possible. And the best way to do that is to say, excuse me, can I see your right hand? I want to read your palm. And then you just give them a hand massage. And then you hypnotize them with poetry. And then they melt in your mouth like butter. And then you mix it into a Belgian waffle. And you put some Canadian syrup and almonds and Nutella. And you throw yourself a little Belgian waffle cake party. If you have candles, put some candles in your birthday cake. Hello?
Actually, I would incorporate that right into my playbook as well, right? If you can build enough comfort to where if you ask, let me see your hand, and they'll actually let you. So let me read your palm. Yeah, that will. What's the term? That will bear. There's a term for that when you introduce esotericism into an interaction. It melts away.
Introduction of esotericism and exotericism.
Fantasy. But if you can keep that coherent, the way that you described, yeah, that's powerful. Yeah, that's a strong move. You come up with that on your own?
No, but a girl gave me a hand massage at a bus stop that I was at the beach with, and I got so turned on. I was like, oh my god, I had no idea that a hand massage can turn somebody into a sexual, dynamite. So,
yeah. Physical touch will do that.
one time I was at the bar and I said, "Excuse me, can I read your palm and show you a magic experiment?" And then I took a lime and I squeezed the lime in her palm and I gave her a hand massage, and she was at my hip the whole night, and she was so hot. And it was that lime juice hand massage magic trick that just made her wet. Hello? Okay, I'm still in the President Trump room, and Monica is speaking. I have the volume turned down. I'm still on the stage, but let me post a link to my YouTube Live in that room as well. I like bridging platforms through links. So, Matt, how important do you think breathing is in terms of magic?
Yeah, I'll see what. Yeah. Until Bill Clinton did it, I think it was like 1993 or something else like that. I look back to it. There was overdose, whatever it is, that's the second highest honor. It wasn't even the Medal of Honor. Because the U.S. was.
Can you tell Acek to shut the fuck up?
It happened in Australia. There was actually a big fight in Brisbane.
I'm just kidding around. Acek loves talking. What are you doing, buddy? How are you?
Good, man. What's going on?
Oh, I'm sitting here having a great afternoon in the Universe Magic Mat room.
Oh, nice, nice. Brad's upset with me.
Why?
He's really mad, because he threatened my family, so now I have more information on him than he has on me.
Oh, shit.
I'm not gonna do anything to him, dude, but unless he comes, threatens my family like that.
Why would you ever attack a berserker Viking? You know how dangerous that is?
Yeah. I'm not concerned about a mentally ill 52-year-old man.
Well, the thing is, you don't want to go around picking fights your whole life. It's a waste of your fucking time.
Well, I don't try to, dude. Listen, if Brad is in the room and I'm in there, he has to stop the room to attack me. And I'm not just going to sit there and take it, so.
Well, I don't know. Life is a roast on here, so like if you can be funny, and like but not be, actually where people think like if I make fun of somebody, I want to like make fun of them, but I don't want to like get into a verbal death match fight. Like that to me is nuts.
Yeah, no.
I just want to make fun of people,
Right.
You should try the same thing, but
I try. It's Sometimes I like serious conversations.
If someone is making death threats, though, just say, I'm recording this and I'm reporting it to the FBI. Don't actually respond ever with physical threats of violence. And the other thing is, if you're actually an intelligent person, you would never, ever make threats online, verbally. And you would never, ever actually attack somebody in the real world. You would assassinate them from 2 miles away. Hello?
Yeah, no. Just fucking last year, bro, he pissed me off. He fucking found out I had a 7-year-old kid and was like talking about raping her, and just like that was enough, dude.
Yeah, that's so psychotic. But again, that's like, you're a real person, and he's a real person. And so, the problem...
I don't think he would literally do that shit, but I try not to respond to that, but that was just too much, bro.
I know, but the problem with response is it creates a cycle, a never-ending death spiral. And so...
I should have just... Well, I even told him yesterday, I should have just reported him right when he said it.
Yeah, that's how when he started attacking me in my congressional run, and then he was making death threats to people. Well, what am I gonna do? Not report him? Like, okay, great. I can't wait to report you now. Like, I got no problem trying to tag him with the local police and the FBI. Come at me and just know that I'm totally 100% transparent. Everything is recorded. My whole life is recorded. So you can judge me by what I say, but everyone else can judge you by what you say. Hello?
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. No shit. So, I don't know. Like I said, I hate talking to that guy because that shit goes down, but he literally started talking. I don't know how he found out, but he found out that we, my family has a couple of grocery stores, and he found that out. And so he's literally was like, he's multiple times mentioned our grocery stores, then my family and stuff, and my sister, my daughter, my grandfather, my grandma, like literally yesterday was talking about beating my grandfather to death. Like, you know what, dude? Like, and then he runs and begs for sympathy. It's just like, okay.
Well, see, this is where you create a room and you call it, I'm reporting Brad to the FBI. And then you actually post a link to X where you have tagged the FBI with a video of Brad saying these things. And you stop wasting your time and your emotional intelligence. If you want to get ahead of the emotional intelligence curve, you have to use surveillance capital. And you have to report bad actors. And then they literally disappear. And they conceal themselves. But we know who they are. And when they want to say things like that, you don't respond. You just record and report and move on. And you know what that's like, Mountain? That's like taking mail and all the paperwork sitting on your desk and processing it and filing it and then closing it and walking away from it. And it's not a part of your life anymore. You don't carry it with you. You've processed it. Did I make sense? Hello?
Yeah, dude. Hey, speaking of that, like some good dude activities, I'm going to build a small drift boat this summertime. Just weld it together, I'm a plastic welder, so...
Plastic welding. He melts plastic together.
6-footer. And then jump on the fucking river and head down, man.
Damn. River hopper. River skipper!
Right? Building a boat.
Building a boat.
What do you think?
Selling a boat. Driving a boat. Sailing a boat. Well, I'm a former boat owner, and the 2 greatest days of owning a boat is the day you buy it and the day you sell it. And that's 100% true every single time.
Here's the thing, though. These are boats without engines. Like an engine, yes. I've had a couple of those, and dude, it's a nightmare. They don't want to work when you want them to. That's always been my experience, but like something that you can paddle. It's pretty fun, right?
I think the metaphor of, the day you buy, the day you sell is the same thing with a woman. I've experienced that as well.
I know. It's amazing, especially when you fall out of love with her.
you finally did, and you're like, yes. You know what I mean? Like, I knew this, I knew it would come. It was gonna take a while. But, you know, finally, I don't fucking love this bitch. And it's amazing. Especially when they keep on trying to contact you. You're like, adios. It's pretty good. That's a good feeling.
Well, the now is always more important than anything else because the now is actually all there is. The thing about our brains is our memories are so powerful and our projections are so powerful that we forget that the now is actually all there ever really is. So, talking about, building about, talking about, sailing about, talking about crushed hearts and despair and broken hearts. Either you're breaking a heart or you're heartbroken. That's the way I see life.
Not right now, dude. Right now, I'm on 3 years since my last, like, relationship where I was in love. And dude, I don't think, because I know she's more developed now. I'm not saying that this is an argument. I'm not saying, but it's ability to, I don't think she wants to stay in the bag. I'm not looking for him to open his arms and bring them back in.
White House today. It was just a couple weeks ago. Joe Rogan had Theo Vaughn on there. Theo Vaun on, and they were cracking jokes negatively about Donald Trump. So it's something. There is a public face of these people and a private face.
I would just really again encourage you never, ever, ever, ever say any physical violence or death threats. And don't ever do it on the internet. You will be recorded. You're 100% recorded. 100% recorded every single time. And that goes for Brad too. And when he said, when I was witnessing and observing and receiving his anger and hate and, extreme rhetoric.
You too, right?
I don't know, but see, that's where I don't care because I just record and I file and I let it go. I got a picture of the Buddha above my toilet that I painted. It's a beautiful painting. I spent a lot of time in it, and I spent money framing it. I got a really nice frame. And guess what it says underneath the Buddha? Let it go. And if you think about successful people, you know what they're actually successful at?
Letting your shit go.
Yes, and letting it go with swiftness. That's why these Swifties are so hot, because they're so swifty. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's magic. Swiftness is magic, but it deals with your thoughts, and that's why again I'm telling you, you're gonna get baited. Do not do it, my friend. Get a burner phone and just record it, but don't participate in the emotional exchange. It's not good for you.
I appreciate it. No, I agree. I agree. It doesn't feel good. I was even saying to myself how bad it feels. Like, I'll literally leave this app if that's what it means, but it's addictive, dude. I'm like dopamine addicted, dude. It sucks. Because I know this app is not good for me, and I'm dopamine addicted though. But like, dude, I just want to come on here and have some debates. But I just feel like, when I was a kid, those times when you never defended yourself, you ever been there? Like, you had somebody as a kid do something to you, and you were too afraid to do something. Because you were a kid, And, and then you go on feeling, that's happened to me a couple of times where I was too afraid to defend myself. And so I went away. Not only did that guy win, I guess emotionally, because he was able to punk me out because I didn't defend myself. But I also went away feeling inadequate. God, I vowed to myself, and it caused me issues because you got to pick, because I've learned, it's hard to not pick your battles. when you're like, you feel like you gotta fight every one of them. But ever since then, I vowed I'll never fucking not defend myself, you know? And so, yeah, I mean, so I've had to physically defend myself. Like, I'll never allow that stuff. But even on the internet, dude, if someone matches energy with me, I feel like I have to match their energy. And I hate it. It hurts, dude, because I'm not that type of person. Like, you know, when Brad comes on here talking about raping my family and killing me and calling me retarded and incest and screaming, he wants to win a screaming match. He's 52 years old. And his idea of winning is who could scream the loudest. This dude's like mentally ill, obviously. He gets off on this shit, bro. And I always like know that, but I stoop to his level, and then I go worse than him. You know, like I fucking, you know, threaten to kill him too and shit, and get evil about it, dude. I hate it. It hurts, dude. It hurts me to my core. So like, you know, I fucking hate talking to that son of a bitch because I'm not strong enough as a person not to stoop to that level when he comes at me that way. You know what I'm saying, John? I'm just not strong enough, dude. I'm working on it. But yeah, it's weird. It sucks, man.
See, part of magic is rooting out dark character traits. And unfortunately, I hate to break the bad news to you, Dr. Mountain, but you still have not yet read the Emerald Tablets. Because when you realize... Have you ever seen that movie, Roger Rabbit?
No.
Basically, there's Toon World, and, there's a cartoon reality. And, you're still living in the cartoon reality with Brad. And when you step outside and you realize, oh my God, I'm a man, and Brad is actually a cartoon, you will come to the realization and the enlightenment that you're being fooled. And surveillance capital and getting you to say homicidal things on the internet is actually intentional. And you're being intentionally manipulated. And that's why I say if you take a step back, and you try to become a man again, and you realize Brad is a cartoon, like a literal theatrical cartoon, a performer, you will realize you're being manipulated. And that when you film them trying to manipulate you, and you reverse the surveillance capital and put them on YouTube and notify Kash Patel and the Houston Police Department, like I have, you will have filed it, categorized it, and then you will see the Buddha above your toilet as you take your third shit in the morning from the huge delicious dinner you had the night before of ribs and chicken. You will say, let it go. Let it go. And just put it on YouTube, Mountain. And just let the audience decide and judge people's behaviors and speech. But don't participate because you're being recorded. It's all surveillance capital. This is the new economy. Hello?
I can see that for sure.
S is for saving hundreds of living neutral.
For sure.
You've gone off this.
I'm trying to clean up this fucking app. It's not easy. You know, what I try to do, literally, to make, I've tried to get banned off this app, but I can't do it myself. I've tried to get banned off this fucker, and they really...
Well, what? Don't you remember what I told you before? Just start reading books, and you agreed with me. You read, and you're like, dude, this is actually making me feel better psychologically. You agreed and confirmed my experiment worked.
Yeah, I don't know. You know.
Do you know what the first?
I just wanted to get out and just start building some boats.
No, this is no. You listen. I'm telling you, the more you do, the more you think, the further from the truth you're gonna get. If you work on a boat, you're gonna lose a huge opportunity cost.
Of what?
Doing nothing.
What? It's getting on the water. It's good for your brain.
You don't understand philosophy, and you've never even read the Dhammapada. You don't read anything. I gotta tell you, the fact that you get into emotional arguments with people shows that you're low IQ. It's true.
So funny,
It's
dude.
true. High IQ people don't get into heated arguments because they actually have knowledge and information that tells them not to do that. And you don't know that. That's because you don't read anything. You're not reading anything. I'm trying to tell you. I'm about to tell you about
What the hell am I supposed to read, though, dude?
the Dhammapada by the Buddha. The first chapter talks about how words create our reality. And that's why when you read the book, you felt better. And that's why when you scream at Brad homicidal death threats, you feel like shit.
Yeah, I do.
And a good Christian doesn't do that. A good Christian will just read the scripture and not engage in that communication. You're doing a communication choice.
He's not a Christian. That's why he loves baiting me into that shit.
No, you personally. So who cares about other people?
I know. I'm not. I mean, I know I am. I know I'm not a perfect Christian. I know that.
No, I'm just saying it's a communication technology, and you have to choose higher level communication. You're fucking yourself over, my friend. You are. In the long run, you're opportunity costing yourself. Really, bro. I mean, I would let you go if I was a fisherman and I caught you. I would just toss you right back in. Like, I'm serious. Like you're a manager's worst nightmare.
Why?
Because look, I was going to tell you this story. One time, a senior manager told me, a supervisor, to terminate Tyrone. You know, because Tyrone was just looking at his cell phone, and he wasn't practicing any of the proper procedure, none of the safety, and he was causing major problems. And so they told me to terminate Tyrone. And guess what I did for Tyrone? I said, Tyrone, I need to talk to you. Come into the office over here. And I said, they've asked me to terminate you, and these are the reasons why, but I think I can help you save your job. Do you want to save your job? And he's like, yeah, I gotta have this job. So for like an hour, we rehearsed, his apology to the supervisor. And he could repeat the apology word by word perfectly after the hour of, I put him on the stage. I was like, you're going to have to, perform this. So we get to her office, and I say, Michelle, Tyrone here wants to say something to you before he's terminated. I apologize for the intrusion in your office. Tyrone, and she goes, what do you want to say? And he goes, why the fuck you want to fire me, bitch?
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
Did he really?
You didn't think I felt like an asshole for I wasted an hour of my time. An hour of my time. Jane, welcome to the room.
Did he really?
And what I'm telling you is listen, now that you know me, don't be Tyrone, bro. Jane, welcome.
Good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos.
Did he really say that?
I'm telling you the truth. I'm not making that story up. I couldn't believe my ears. Little backstabber. Fucking backstabbed me. Tyrone!
I am not that way, bro. I mean, in real life. Holy fuck, that was crazy. Was Tyrone the type that doesn't change his smoke detector batteries?
Yeah.
Okay, alright, that sense.
John, are you really running for mayor?
Yeah, I'm running as a libertarian, though. I hate the Cook County Republicans, and I got a lot of press because this girl said, before I can go out on a date with you, I need to know your political leanings. I said, I hate the Cook County Republicans. She says, that's all I needed to know. I'll see you Friday. Back in business, baby!
She could ask a few additional questions.
John, you were so fucking funny, buddy. That is a funny ass fucking story. Holy shit.
It really happened, and I was just in total shock. I held my head down, and I walked out of the office with him, and I walked him to the front door of the place, and I said, "Trust me, you don't have to worry about this. Great things are coming your way. The next job is going to be better than this. I promise you. When one door closes, another door opens. I know for a fact things are going to be good for you. You don't need this fucking job. God bless you." And he was like, "Fuck you, motherfucker."
Damn. Well, there we go. Well, there we go. You're lucky he didn't come back and just beat you guys to death with a chair, because I've heard of them doing that. That's a wild story, man. Yeah. No, I'm not like that. That's crazy. So.
I know, but professionally, personally, legally, using this app or using the internet to make death threats is 100% illegal. You can be arrested if an attorney general, state attorney, city attorney, anybody wants to actually prosecute you, they can. And so if I were to hire an attorney in Houston based off of audio records of Brad making death threats, he could be arrested and charged and even sued. So be an adult, be intelligent, and protect your family's reputation and yours, and do not continue the death spiral nebula of arguing with people on on your cell phone. If
well,
you're
to protect myself, I have recorded, because I recorded it. I mean, he threatened to beat my grandfather to death and stuff, threatened to come kill me and shit. And what the fuck else did he say? Oh yeah, and then this is a crime in Texas. He was telling me to go put a pistol in my mouth and shoot myself, which is a felony in Texas, actually. So, but he's not the first person. He was literally trying. Doc, you know what Doc is, dude?
Yeah.
Doc is vulnerable. Doc's a good dude. You know, I like Doc a lot. He was trying to tell Doc to go kill himself, dude.
Yeah.
That's why that was my biggest issue with Brad in the first place. And that's like a serious thing. And Doc is a veteran. And for Brad to be a veteran, you being a veteran, you guys, I mean, there's a lot of veterans that commit suicide. We have an epidemic of young men.
Yeah, I get it, but I know. I'm just telling you, they're both highly argumentative people, and I'm telling you personally, don't be like them, my friend.
I know.
Don't be like them.
I'm trying to be. I mean, I'm not like that, but I'm trying to talk to Brad. But him, I have him recorded saying all this shit because I got to protect myself from the guy because he's.
Yeah, that's absolutely. But I would say even post it. Don't be afraid to even just file it and let it go. Because if you want to use this app and you're providing people with valuable analysis, you're bringing statistics and figures and data, and that's actually the conversations we need to have. These types of death threat conversations are psychotic, they're neurotic. You could say schizophrenic and crazy and totally illegal, and don't participate in it. You've got to be the solution.
Dude, I try every time if Brad's in the room. I'm like, we're supposed to be on the same side. And I'm like fighting for Mega. And he shits on me, dude. He attacks me. It's just crazy. I'm like, bro, we're all on the same side here. And he stops the room. I'm trying to have a conversation. And he fucking stops. Oh, here comes this idiot, who fucks his sister. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, I'm trying to, I'm trying to bring value to this fucking app. He has been in there on this app for so long. He gets mad if other people bring value to the app. He gets mad if he's not the only one. He gatekeeps for the white people. He loves it. It's weird. He really wants the black people to himself. He gets mad if you try to come in any room and he's in there and trying to drop dollars. It's like, bro, we're on the same fucking side. What's your deal? Both of you on the same side. But
Okay, so again,
how are we gonna have a strong cause if we're attacking each other?
Again, I'm just trying to give you some personal advice that you need to look at this as a courtroom, okay? And the moderators are the judges. Now, if you're being literally attacked like that, you need to inform the judges that you will be recording. And if they kick you from the room, well, then so be it. But Mountain, I'm telling you, look at this as a courtroom and deal with it that way. Because if you don't, and you come on here and you make any verbal death threats, you can and will be held liable for your words. And that's why I said you need to read more, because when you read the Dhammapada or you read legal code, state law, federal law, you'll realize that you're not in compliance. I am complete. So as you can tell, we are live on YouTube. This is a 3-hour, 45-minute podcast so far. We are also in the President Trump house. And Mountain was bringing up the MAGA, defenders. And personally, we could go back to Brad, and I'll just say that I was shocked when I was attacked by him. But not really in hindsight anymore, because I have filed it and let it go. But he most definitely is like a suburban street mom, Democrat, liberal warrior, protector, knight in shining armor. And that's cool. Let him do his thing. Everybody's entitled to get laid every once in a while. And whatever your strategy is to get laid, if you want to be a woke Democrat, get her, that's cool. That's you. You do your thing, baby. But some of us stick to the philosophy of intelligence and love and law. The law is the big one. If you're in violation of the law by coming on the internet and making hate speech, homicidal, and otherwise threats, you're in violation of what we call Chapter LAW, USC Code 74.0139G5624D, and an Illinois or federal or Texas State Code, 42.65059. It's there, Mountain. I've Googled and done the legal research because I have prosecuted legally, and I have notified law enforcement of Brad Stauffenberger. So, in conclusion, once you file your complaint, you are not authorized to let it go.
Let it fucking go. Let that fucking shit go. Yeah.
Okay, so Mountain, I want to share with you one of the most important magical experiments I've ever conducted at a bar with a beautiful woman. Are you ready to receive my $1 million course in getting laid?
Yes.
Okay, before I tell you the magic trick, you have to click the YouTube link above and subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's the cost of admission to the Magic Palace. Okay, this is step number 1. Okay, this is step number 1. Can you turn your volume down? Okay, this is step number 1. You walk up to a girl and you say to her, "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?" Repeat step number 1 to me, Dr. Mountain.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Correct. Then you say, "Can I buy you a shot of tequila, vodka, rum, or whiskey?" Repeat step number 2.
Can I buy you a shot, tequila, rum, or whiskey?
Step number 3 is you ask the bartender for a lime. Step number 3.
Can I get a lime?
Okay, this is step number 4. Then you say, "Give me your right palm." And the girl puts out her palm and you take her hands and you take that lime and you squeeze it in her palm. And then you begin massaging the palm with both of your hands.
This, I'm like listening to an overlap review, like delayed 66. You're like delayed like 10 seconds behind. I'm watching your video live stream.
All right, you're creating a loop. You've got to turn the YouTube audio off. Okay, the next step is as you're massaging the lemon juice into her palm, you say, there are 4 lines: the health, your wealth, your love, and your destiny. Which one do you want to know about? Health, wealth, love, or destiny? As you're massaging that palm. And then whatever she asks you, just remember that anything you tell her is a hypnosis. If she wants to know about love, tell her about her wealth. Tell her about her destiny. If she wants to know about her destiny, tell her about love. Tell her about wealth. Tell her about health. So whatever you say is your hypnosis there. But the key is you have now broken the barrier with the juices of the earth. And as you massage that palm, the brain begins producing a sexual oxytocin waterfall. And now, this is when you go full MAGA. And you grab her by the pussy.
Power rush, rush.
Maybe it might get me arrested.
Get you laid.
Yeah,
Get me arrested. Getting kind of hungry. So, Mountain Man, what do you think about my theory of you just recording, posting, doxing, legalizing, letting go? Because if you don't do that, in my opinion, you're just going to repeat yourself like a broken record.
Don't be Tyrone now. Don't be Tyrone now.
I really don't like any of this shit that I do. Like I say, I don't stoop to this level. I mean, ever usually until it's Brad. Because he's able to trigger me by mentioning my sister or mentioning my daughter. So, like, I shouldn't even be, covering this. It's just, he's the only one. He's the only one I know of, dude, that consistently mentions my family, mentions murdering my family, mentions raping my family. Like I said, when he mentioned raping my daughter, that was the final straw. That's when I...
God, Mountain, but what do you got to try to remember the things that I'm telling you, which is make the clubhouse room into a courtroom. appeal to the moderators as if they're the judges,
tried.
and
I've
inform. But the
I have
thing is, you
tried,
have to keep it. You have to keep it legal, and by the law, you've got to try to be an attorney about this.
No, I know, man, but you know what happens is that they start screaming over it. Like, I've tried, you know, the Nathan has kicked them a couple times. Like, like a few days. Like, the day I heard, I think only a day.
Twice yearly prep is here. One office visit every 6 months, 2 times a year for HIV prevention. That's why Yes to Go is Kitover's injectable prescription medicine that helps to protect against HIV and sex. One office visit every 6 months. One during your winter glam, and one during your summer glow. One during your winter shine, and one during your summer shine. You must be HIV negative to receive Yes to
It's
Go.
hypocrisy. People aren't even really outraged. What he does, man, the first time I got on this app, the first day, I come into chill.
Mountain, please, man. I don't really want to experience that right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man. I'm telling you, I have enough legal experience in my life to know that you absolutely are going about this the wrong way, and you need to look at this from a legal perspective. A lawyer, you got to be your own courtroom advocate, and I'm just telling you, as another fellow American, you've got to be an attorney and a lawyer, even though you are not an attorney and a lawyer. And Brad is most definitely not in compliance. You need to try to never ever slip out of compliance. Do not ever, I'm telling you, dude, unless you are suicidal or stupid, you will never ever use this app to ever communicate threats of violence, because you can and will be held liable in a court of law. 100%. It's coming. That type of enforcement is coming. And do not be behind the curve, my friend.
Waldo, but you're returning my patient.
Anybody knows? Some places in the world they called it Lechia. Does anybody knows about it?
Lechia is from Romania.
Lechia. Lechia.
What?
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue, moderators. This is Alistair. Thank you, This is Al. Put me in the queue. Thank you, moderators.
What's your point in contribution to the room, sir? That's great. But good. You want a cookie?
Sorry.
You want a cookie for being insolent? Like, what's your point? What's your contribution to the content and the topic of the room?
Nobody wants a cookie, Monica. Moderators, I'm asking to be put in the queue and to be acknowledged that I have requested to be put in the queue.
What the hell was the fucking point of you saying you're from Poland? Like, we give a fuck. What the hell?
So, sorry.
He just asked where he was from. So,
Okay, so people
You should have said from Poland instead of
The question is, guess where he was from.
I'm so obsessed.
Okay, so I could not hear his response to Monica's question of what his contribution was to the room because everyone else kind of talked over him. So we're going to go back to sorry. And go ahead. So what was your contribution? Perfect. Nothing?
Just checking, because somebody just muted me, but never mind. You know, I hold many stages before, here on Clubhouse.
Hold us hostage? Yeah, I'm picking up on that.
Terrible. Sorry.
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue and not forgotten. There are other people on this stage. I'd like to be put in the queue. Thank you. I'll get you gastric bypass surgery, Monica. If you want to put me in a straitjacket, I'd be happy to get you gastric bypass surgery. Or you could just stop going to Pizza Hut 3 days a week, or Subway, or Chipotle every day. It's up to you, Monica. You've got to be your own advocate.
Hold on now. Look. I know the man left the room, and everyone got out of control. I'm about to leave again. I just came to finish the bet.
I got a phone call, I really did, but I've come back to finish it, and then I'll let y'all go. I'll let y'all go to town, because I won't be here to listen to it. But here's the friendly bet, okay? Okay, depending upon, and let me get the specific name of it, so you know what it is. U.S. Supreme Court about to rule on race-based house districts.
Yeah, the one in the southeast. The one that's gonna down, yeah.
Okay, it's called, here's what it is. I just want to get the right name of it. The key pending case is Louisiana versus Callis, Callais. Could be Callis. Which directly addresses whether states can intentionally create additional majority black districts. Okay, it's Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which they're talking about overturning. Here's the bet, friendly bet, $1,000 if it goes in my favor in the sense of what we've chosen, because, that they do overturn. They strike that from Rule 2. Then I'll donate $1,000 to Catholic to the Catholic Church, and if
not the Catholic Church, just give it to the veteran. Think of the Catholic Church.
No,
it's out. If it's in the
we're both Catholics, okay? Yeah, look, I thought it'd be I think it'd be a good friendly bet. If it happens that they uphold it, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and it does not get overturned, that you would donate $1,000 to Catholic. It could be the Catholic Church or Catholic Church charities. I want to donate it to the church, not the charities, but maybe you'd rather go to charities.
I don't want to go to like a veterans organization, something, not. Right now, I'm a bit salty with the Pope, and I'm salty with the Catholic Church.
I know, and I'm trying to bring you back in, bro, like a good Catholic.
Okay, we'll shake hands on that. But if you do that, I'll do it, and then I'll send you a screenshot of doing it. I always one of my guests.
This is so fascinating. This is Alistair. I'd like to just join the discussion and be put in the queue. I know Achik loves to talk for hours on this app, but I'd like not to be forgotten. I will be succinct. I'd like to speak. Put me in the queue. Thank you.
Wait. I actually lost a bet long one time, actually. And I had to pay like $800 to some organization. And I was screenshot of it. I lost my bet. So, I'll do it and I'll show you.
$1,000 to the Catholic Church, it ultimately benefits us all.
Yeah, bro, I want to do it anyway, yeah.
Alright, cool. Y'all have at it now. Peace.
Jill, have a great time. I heard her have a boat you going. Hey, guys!
Hey everybody, this is Alistair, and I'd like to be put back in the queue. I'd like to request 60 seconds of my time moderators. Thank you.
Alistair probably does not get to speak or be put into the queue until it's 5. Everybody gets to go before Alistair.
Are you oppressing Alistair Crowley, Viva?
Alistair's just so cringe. That's a problem. He's just a...
No, Beamer is saying that I gotta be at the back of the bus now. I gotta be at the back of the line because I tried to reserve some time. And she's disrespectful, and she's a terrible moderator. That's the truth. I'm complete. I was succinct.
Santa, I'm sending you to the nursery. Okay, and California. You cannot.
Oh, I thought you meant infant. That's where.
All right, moderators, I will request again 60 seconds of your precious time that you think is so valuable. I'm requesting 60 seconds, please.
Yes, and your request will be accepted once the Livonia dossier has been acquired.
That's right. So I bought hydro.
I be polite by requesting 60 seconds of your precious time.
Please, let the microphone, please.
Alistair, it's
So,
cringe
what were you
as fuck.
saying?
We're trying to have a conversation, bro. It's cringe as fuck.
I know. Ooh.
Well, I too am trying to have a conversation, but I can't seem to join the conversation. Therefore, I'm requesting 60 seconds of your time. For God's sakes, Archie, you must spend 6 hours a day talking on this app, and I can't say 60 seconds of words? For God's sake, Archie, stop saying cringe, horrible, and terrible. Try to learn some new English words, Archie. Maybe you could ask Monica to teach you a new English word every single day.
Because I don't want to hold you hostage, I will accept 20 seconds, no less, 20 seconds, okay, Alistair, of the Begonia song.
Now, you don't get to request what I say. I'm requesting 60 seconds to speak to you from my inner depths of sincerity, and what you're doing is very insincere and not genuine, and I will be succinct, and I will be complete.
No.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold it to count of 3.
Look into gastric bypass surgery.
Somebody nominate.
I'm gonna do yoga on my underwear and post I'm gonna show everybody my ass in a reverse downward dog.
I'm gonna take boogies and wipe it on my shirt.
I'm gonna dox friends in a replay and not delete the replay so they're stressed on Thanksgiving. I have a weird phone and a vacation.
I do not understand.
People who don't know Clubhouse lore should remain on mute while people cathartic with their grievances against John Kitover.
I'm a Jew, and I should just control the world, and I can't take over the world.
I'm going to jump in and do it. I heard women on the ass by being obnoxious and annoying all the damn time.
Okay, and set, go.
I said, Richard, I got clipped. I signed up for Clubhouse for 5 days.
You ruined it.
No, I'm just saying, I got clipped. And I didn't even say anything. I said, look, unless Clubhouse for 5 days, to spend time with my mother, I logged back in on Clubhouse, and I was fucking clipped. I didn't even talk for 5 days. I'm like, who are these
You were supposed to sing when you said that, bro. You were supposed to sing. You fucked it up. That's what she's saying. You fucked it up.
You killed him.
Chuck, I'm just wondering, you talk so much on this app. Do you think there's like white flakes near the sides of your mouth or something? Like maybe you need to moisturize more, take a shower, do something other than talking here for 8 hours a day. I mean, are you trying to do anything productive? I know your leg is injured. Maybe you should try to moisturize, because I think you probably got flaky skins, in my opinion. I think you need to make sure your personal hygiene's in check before you decide to talk for 8 hours and say horrible, terrible, and cringe over and over and over again.
We are being paycheck. I just checked. He has us trigger on 4 lives.
By streaming other people's thoughts and words on the internet.
Exactly, bro. Nobody comes to your room.
Wait.
Have every account except Alistair blocked by Monica.
He's not even in the room. He walked out of the room, this little.
Getting get roasted by Monica Bemis and Anne is not able to take it, so you run out the room. Begonia song.
Yeah, before I read you the Begonia song, I'd like to sing you a new song. It's a new hit called Gastric Bypass Surgery. It goes a little something like this.
Gastric bypass surgery. Begonia song. Gastric bypass surgery. Begonia song or gastric bypass surgery.
Would there be Ozempic for someone to take, or version of Ozempic for someone to take?
Ozempic is for the
experiment on John Kitover first. Sorry, no one else is complaining about my low mic settings, but that's because they're listening to me they're on mute, so they actually can hear me. You should try it. You should try it. You guys
John, can we get a couple seconds? Can we get a couple seconds?
We get a 60-second, we get a 60-second trade reading just to...
No, we're not doing that. We're doing 20 seconds of the Begonia song or nothing.
King is here. What's up, everyone?
What's going on?
Number date, where's the marker?
Oh my god.
I don't know.
So I guess the Pope he had to clarify. He felt cornered and sad, so he said, I did not direct the tyrant's speech to Trump. He said he did that.
I don't forget nothing.
Alright, wait, hold on, we're gonna listen to what he has to say real quick. I hope everybody can hear this. It's slightly different, but this is Trump's response. Hold on, did you hear what I just said?
Moderator, you're playing the video for us. You're lucky I don't have the mod badge. You'd be in the
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please read it, sir. Okay, here we go. 50 seconds on the Pope.
Narrative, it has not been accurate at all. There's been a certain narrative that has not been accurate at all in the aspects of the political situation created when on the first day of the trip, the President of the United States made some comments about myself. Much of what has been written since then has been more commentary on commentary, trying to interpret what has been said. Just one little example, the talk that I gave at the prayer meeting for peace a couple of days ago was prepared 2 weeks ago, well before the president ever commented on myself and on the message of peace that I am promoting. And yet, as it happens, it was looked at as if I was trying to gate again the president, which is not my interest at all.
There we go. From the Pope's mouth.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Did you guys hear that? Iran fully closed their wait.
Yeah, so they violated the terms of conditions. So they're supposed to open. I hello, who's talking and interrupting? Okay. Love you, Peter, but
There is a study inside Iran who are too radical. And they are being led by some... Sorry,
So, yes, it was supposed to be open. So the strait was supposed to be open as of this morning. And it was not open.
I read the news article. Maybe somebody should read something and repeat what they read. The Iranians used a machine gun. They attacked a passenger ship. They attacked a storage ship. And now they will pay the price. Their navy was not completely obliterated, but we will obliterate it completely now. Thank you, Iran. You've restarted the war.
You're annoying. It would be nice if you could participate and give a clear explanation of what happened. But the someone like me, I can understand why, because I don't think that around close to the street.
Wait, one second. Like, hold on. Okay, Matt, so I'll pin a link. It says that we'll remove some banners. I'll pin a link. What is a banner? Okay, so when it says FEMA and Kitover boys, why don't you read it? It's from Joint Bars.
Okay, let's see. Thank you, man. Let's see what's going on here. To organize timeline and a clear understanding of what happened, what the breakdown was. Okay, President Donald Trump said that the United States will not be blackmailed after the Iranian military has once again proclaimed the strip will be closed and allegedly fired on multiple vessels on Saturday. So, they can't blackmail us, Trump said, noting that many international shipping firms have rerouted their traffic to purchase energy from the United States and the Gulf of America rather than the Persian Gulf. The president added that more information about the state of negotiations with Iran would be released later on Saturday. Separately on Saturday, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, Saeed said that there was no date set for further peace negotiations and that both sides must agree to a framework before sitting down again.
Where are you getting
Speaking, hold on. Speaking from the phone conference under my Trump said that while his administration is having very conversations with Iran, he said that the Islamic regime was trying to act a little cute. See, these moments that I totally fall in love with Trump, like, I can just imagine he said that the Islamic regime was trying to act a little cute, I quote, okay, by attempting to close down the Strait of Hormuz just hours after agreeing to open the critical waterway. See, I'm not, we hope that as soon as we can finalize that, we can move on to the next step, he said on the sidelines. It comes after a spokesman for the Iranian military announced on Sunday that Iran would not allow safe passage for the vessels. I'm still not understanding the breakdown. The blockade has the potential to seriously wound the Iranian economy, with millions of the country may be forced to permanently shut down some oil wells because they're running out of storage. Okay, so we get that. So, Iran claims to shut down the Strait of Hormuz again over U.S. naval blockade. So it sounds like there was, what I'm understanding is that there was some sort of U.S. blockade. So, Iran is saying until the blockade is lifted, they're not going to
no, I pinned the most recent, another reason.
Yeah, the blockade has been there for like almost a week, and then Iran
announced yesterday that they would open it. Trump never said he was going to remove the blockade. He just said they're saying they're going to open the strait. And then Iran said, hey, we lost our leverage. Okay, you know what? We're going to close the strait. Well, okay, it doesn't matter. The blockade is still there. So, in other words, what Trump is saying is, a week ago said, hey, or what, 5 days ago, whatever, said, all right, any ship comes in, we're blocking it. And then they said, okay, we're opening it. Trump never said, I'm removing the blockade. So it's open. They just announced it's open, meaning they're not going to act on anyone going in doing anything. Then they said, now it's closed. Well, yeah, sure, but Trump still has to allow a ship to go in. So it's still not like an event is on it. It's important to know.
That's right, so blockade there.
Iran had agreed to suspend its nuclear program and hand over its enriched uranium as a hard for low-enriched bonds. The president said that the deal with Iran could be completed in the next day or two, saying that the Iranian wants me they want to make a deal. I think we'll get a deal there.
Moderators, this is Alistair to be put back in the queue. I believe this is an open discussion, not completely focused on Iran. Thank you. Just asking to be put in the queue.
With reports emerging that Iran would only have around 2 weeks before permanently shutting down crude oil production because it was running out of space to store the raw fuels. Once the tanks are filled, Iran would have to shut down and oil fields, which risk long-term damage to the fields. Near Post. Okay. In addition to refusing to lift the blockade, the U.S. administration also rejected the notion of unfreezing billions in seized Iranian funds in exchange for its uranium and said that there would be no time frame in which Iran would start its nuclear program under any deal with Washington.
Do you really believe that once, let's say, hypothetically, if a war with Iran fails, is Israel not gonna attack another country? I think, personally, I have nothing to Israel, nothing to, I like America, but nothing to America because I do not live over there. I think because they were in the war, in the conflict, for over thousands of years, they need to have a conflict with somebody, and they will find it. They will find a conflict like or if it's gonna be Turkey,
underneath Saddam, and they haven't had a war with Egypt over 50 years. They signed a peace treaty with Jordan. They haven't had a war with every single country. Every single country that signed a peace treaty with Israel, they've had no wars. The problem is you have Hezbollah terrorism. Wait. You have problem with Hezbollah terrorism in the north of Israel, and they're attacking Israel. If these motherfuckers countries come attacking Israel, they're defending themselves. That's what you're talking about. Like, you really think Israel is the problem? Israel doesn't, Iran attacked more countries than Israel ever did in their entire history.
But it's 1947. Where are you from?
I already told you, that's what it is.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, that's great.
I have a question. What made you think that this was less of a misunderstanding than something else? Like, why? Because it seems to me that they felt that it was like a bait and switch. That wasn't.
So if you look at that, all the things that were reported yesterday, including Trump and also from the IRGC, but nowhere in those reports did it say the blockade from the U.S. stopped, right? So they said the strait is open, right? And then they kept it going, and actually the U.S. allowed some ships to go in, and some ships went in and came maybe Iran assumed that, hey, as soon as we said it's open, they're going to remove the blockade. And we'll still have control, meaning they can shoot down some of the ships if they wanted to or do whatever they wanted to do in that area. And so the blockade just stayed, and actually Trump said, we're staying there, and we're going to actually have more like support over there until this gets resolved fully and we sign the deal. So then they suddenly said that, the strait is closed. But it doesn't matter if they say it's open or closed. There's a blockade there. So it's the U.S. that's controlling who goes in and out. And that's it. And that's what was squeezing it.
I tell you something.
Okay, sorry, you talk, no problem.
I tell you something.
Yeah, that was annoying. That was annoying.
It's everybody
Sorry, King.
the crypto market. Iranian leaders, they say that they'll be trading oil.
Okay, so...
The crypto market, and look at the crypto market. They went up. It's went up.
But that's not what we're talking about. That's not okay. Give it out, bro. You need to talk about something that we're not even talking about. So I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to expert on everything because he'll talk.
So I see King. So they thought they must have assumed that the U.S. was just going to back off, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily like I mean, I don't know. I would think that if they were genuine to open the gate, maybe.
Dude, she is totally
Well, yeah, they're controlling it because they were attacked. I
So the point that I'm trying to get across here, that I was explaining to you is that what happened is they had a discussion, they did it. I think they assumed, but see, I've been saying it's open or closed. So about 5 days ago, when the blockade started, the United States, oh my God, okay, there you go. Take action on it. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, this guy thinks he knows everything. You want to tell us the entire world politics, bro? You know everything. It's ridiculous. So can somebody mute him or move him down for a few minutes until he comes back? So, all right. So anyway, Nima, you still there? Still with me? Yeah. Okay. So the point that I was getting at is that about 5 days ago, when Trump announced the blockade, Iran said the strait was open, right? But they would control who goes in and goes out. So they said we're in control. Trump did the blockade. Now he's like, hey, we're in control. By the way, this ship gets tough in aren't coming. We're gonna be screwed. And so it's like, oh shit, okay. Then Iran announces the strait is open. Trump didn't say the strait is open. Trump says Iran says the strait is open. Meaning that he's showing, hey, you guys are saying you have a good intent. He didn't say I'm relentless. And then Iran probably said, okay, well, okay. statement saying, or they can say or do whatever they want. They have to control themselves, and they have to say things because they have to show good faith. But in the end, we're working on a deal, and we'll move forward. So it could be just hyperbole. It could be whatever. We'll see what happens. But U.S. blockade is still there.
And it's blocking China. That's the big thing.
And it's blocking Iran. Just to be clear, it's blocking materials and stuff.
Yes. Yes, and it's blocking, Iran and China, their deals, and I'm sure those are big money deals, big billion-dollar deals. And I think the U.S. is definitely playing chess, basically saying, open it up, right? That's so funny. Open it up, but we're gonna.
So I'm gonna pull my inner Jarl out for a second, okay, Charles? So you can like this. But why? One point is that you would think that the U.S. would have been smart enough to do this, or when they're doing their military exercises, they did. Why did they do this from the start? They let Iran sell a lot of oil and stuff to make enough money while they were bombing the shit. It's almost like they underestimated our show's bad intel. I'm just being honest. Like that, this blockade should have happened first, and then they go in and bomb the shit out of it. Go, this surrender, and that's it. Like you're basically gone. And this could have been done much sooner.
Well, there's only the eternal now, and the now is all important. And I hate to interrupt Acek, who's on here 10 hours a day talking and has a party hat. I'm sorry, party hats will have to wait. And people.
Enough. Stop talking. Stop talking. No, I want the United States to let this whole wild out with Hezbollah. Because Hezbollah has been a problem for so long. Israel, And every time it's like Emirates.
Let me start over, because there's so many goddamn letters. NMIWG2 SLGBTQQIA+. Website. So this stands for, I'm going to tell you this, I gotta go to another page to tell us what it stands for. Because it has something to do with missing, it stands for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Questioning, Intersex, and Asexual. And the plus sign stands for any other gender that identity not listed.